It was this late in the week. Had a bit of a busy morning. Right, this button. I had to find the right button, because it's A, not B. Hey Bragan. Hey 12. Hey Nico. Right. Hang on. Come on. You know, I actually wish this game could be playable without using the analogs. It'd make this a lot simpler. Oh my god. Why is this such an aggravation to deal with? Okay. Come on, wake up. Hope you like this music. We might be here a while. We might be here forever. Okay, now nothing's working. God damn it. I hate this crap. Come on. Yes, acknowledge that it exists. Yep, it's right here. You can do it. You can do it. I swear. Like I said, this... It's just the analogs. I can get this controller working 10 times out of 10 now for everything else. In fact, the whole reason I use this controller is for the D-pad, because it's actually a decent D-pad. Which is primarily what I need out of a USB controller. I don't really use analogs in USB controllers, except this one time. Hey, Rosulia. Alright, so we're just going to do this. Yep. That's gonna be a thing. I'm gonna do this. How the hell would you do keyboard on this? By the way, hi Lurker. I haven't seen you in a bit. Hey Rosulia. Come on, wake up. Really? Really? Okay, let's make this clear. It's this controller. Oh, well, I should have guessed whatever. Yes. Okay. So now it's here. Hey, Salty. God, who would want to play a game like Skyrim? That's just ridiculous. Hey, E. Thomas. Welcome to Hardware Difficulties with Arshingai the Lore Runner. Trying to get my controller working, but shoutouts. Welcome to my stream. Glad you liking that StarCraft lore run. Okay, so it's connected now. Yep, okay, so we're officially connected. Still no analogs. Okay. Let's try one more thing here really quick. Hey, Kamek. Oh my god. Now see, the problem is I'm trying to get the analogs acknowledged at all. That's the goal here. There we go. Yay. Okay. God. We have analogs. Oh my freaking god. Alright, what was I doing? Are we all licensed up at the moment? We are. Okay, so we need to decide what job Bosch is going to be. So we can actually do this via Nightbot now. We don't have to go to Strawpool. So, give us a moment. How do I see the other classes? Maybe it's down here. Hey, Kamek. Hey, Javin. What's up, man? Ah, here we go. Okay, okay, I'm sorry. I have to explain how stupid this is. So it says right there, hit square to view license board. As in this thing. But apparently, that's not what that does. It pulls up this. Anyways, okay, so this is going to be Bosch's class. Okay? So, options include Knight, Monk, Breaker. Please give me at least one white mage, guys. I need at least a white mage. Somewhere, anywhere, I don't care who. Maybe make Ash a white mage. I don't know, or Pinello. We've got 3 more people to class out. Anyways, I'm sorry. So Breaker. Or you can make me suffer by not giving me a white mage. Black mage. Hunter. White mage. Uchlon. Red mage. Okay, so these are the options for Bosch. Alright. Apparently Michigan is calling me right now. God, I get so much spam calls on this phone, it's ridiculous. Okay, so. Roy. What am I doing? No, Django. I knew it. Bosch will make the best archer ever. But he won't be Archer, because that's just crazy. I don't like that show, sorry. Why not, gentlemen? If you don't mind my asking. I value your opinion. Even if it's incredibly correct. Or wrong, sorry. By the way, hi, Sparta. Sorry, I didn't say hi earlier. Must kill all the wolves. All the wolves must die. Hey, Bosky. We must kill all the wolves. Yeah. Sure, Darkrai. Guys, I'm just going to predict right now, Darkrai's first Final Fantasy game was Final Fantasy Legends 2. Oh, Spirits Within! That's much worse. Yeah, that does look a lot like a gun to me. Yep, pretty sure it's a gun, Django. Could be wrong. Interesting. See, we were talking yesterday, hi Zeiss, about the, from a design perspective, and it's something I've talked about many times before, the total freedom and the total linearity, and the difference between the two design-wise. And FF12 is by far the most total freedom. It's even more total freedom than FF10 is. There's nothing to distinguish any character from the others in FF12. It's totally up to you. Which I admittedly do not actually like, at least not overall. Yes. I prefer something a little more in between, like FF6 or FF7, to use examples. But that's preference. I mean, I've talked about the benefits of it and the detriments of it, and yada yada yada. It's a shame you weren't here for that, Jonathan. Also, technically, I can have magic ammo, but I don't right now, because I just have the onion shot. Where am I going? Right, I know where I'm going at this point in the story. I had to think about that for a second. So, I'm going to give you until I get Bosch proper to vote for that. So, make sure you get your votes in. Of course, we all know in Final Fantasy lingo, the term onion just means generic. Hello. Poll results, Zeiss. Well, they haven't invented anything else, Dakota, so they had to kind of come up with something, you know. So, let's see, who's winning right now? White Mage! Or no, I'm sorry, I'm looking at that wrong. Who's actually winning? Nobody's voting! I've got like 5 votes. Looks like White Mage is actually winning right now. With Knight at number 2. No, I'm saying, Takoida, they haven't invented that yet. So they invented another thing, which is called a single choir. And that's what Capella means in the setting. Okay, I should probably write these down for people to be able to vote, shouldn't I? So hang on a second. Okay, where's my text? Where's my other text? That's gonna have to do this. Okay, whatever. Vote for Bosch's class. Vote 1. What do I got here for Knight? Vote 2 for Monk. Vote 3 for Breaker. Vote 4 for Archer. Vote 5 for Black Mage. Vote 6 Hunter. Vote 7 for White Mage. Vote 8 for Ulan. Vote 9 for Red Mage. And, I don't know, we'll put this, like, up here or something. A little bit of a transparency. Just a little. Maybe a bit more. Maybe we'll put it... Yeah, we'll put it over here in the corner. No, we'll put it up. None of these locations are good. I'll put it over me. Nobody needs to see me. There. There you go, guys. There's the route. There we go. You know, I wonder if I could go after the cactus now. Let's go ahead and try that. Now they have a party of 4. There is no face, only Zool. Ah, God, yeah, yeah. That's crazy, Javan. We did that yesterday, and it was terrible. This way, you guys can see the route at all times, and people are immediately prompted to route, rather than constantly having to spam chat about, hey, guys. Root. I mean, we've got like 8 votes in. I might extend the Bosch vote just because so few people are on right now. And nobody's rooting. Must kill everything. Well, let's just put this here. There we go. I'm actually debating a good time to cut off the Bosch vote. Since, again, it is kind of early in the morning. So, yeah, I might extend it quite a bit. We do have 3 people with classes, after all. And then we'll have Ash probably next. Ash or Pinello. I'll have to think about that. Alright, let's take this guy on. Bosch is the guy on the right there. With the long, scraggly yellow hair because, you know, doom and death and all that. No, he's running. Hey, Ezerate. You know, it's funny you asked that, Sparta, because I have to really think about it, especially since they've changed around a bit since then. Or since, you know, I was last asked that. Basically, 10's moved up a little bit. And, yeah, that's a good point. Let's lead as Bosch. Actually, no, I don't want to do that. I take it back. Well, Bosch is dead, guys. It's okay, though. His sacrifice was not in vain. Anyways, so, all the FFs, right? Okay, so 6, 4, 6, 4, 5, 7, 9. So there's 5. Then I have to really think about it. I would probably go ahead and be 12 next at the number 6 slot. So 12, then I'm not counting 14 or 11, by the way. So 12, then 10, then 2 despite everything. I'm debating here. Then I'll go ahead and go 8, and then 3, 1, and then 13. And I'm not counting 10, 2 on that either. I'll have to figure that out. What am I doing? Oh, I know what I'm doing. Hey, Nether. Root. Yes, this. Actually, that's a good point. Damn it, Javin. Stop confirming things that aren't confirmed. Okay. Now I can't remember where I'm going. I think I'm going this way. Yeah, I'm going this way. I should probably change him off of highest HP. I did that just for the boss fight. There we go. I usually don't like playing with guns. This is the wrong way. I suppose if I was to enter... Oh, hey. 10-2 into the list. I would put it probably right below 8. Ugh. So yes, that means I like 10-2 better than I like 13. You may quote me on that. Die, Giza Rabbit. He's looking at me cutely. Kill him! Hey, Chatter. Hey, I think we can all agree Zaz is actually pretty awesome. Crisis Core? I don't know, I haven't played that in a while. I'd have to really think about that one. I don't know. I'd have to really think about that. Hey, how's your rain? Tactics is weird for me. On the one hand, it's got probably the best, like, written story, you know, ever. On the other hand, playing that game makes me want to gouge my eyes out. And it has some serious flaws, gameplay-wise, that drag it down significantly. More than once I've done a playthrough of that game where I have been unable to enjoy the game unless I manage to cheat. And you know my rule, especially after FF8, if there's a game that I have to cheat to enjoy, that's a pretty big negative mark. So FFT is actually not that high on my list, no. The funny thing is, I've actually thought about it extensively. There's literally one change you can make to Final Fantasy Tactics, and with that one change, I would enjoy the game. Just one. Can anyone guess what it is? Anyone? Unless I've already told you guys, in which case, never mind. Hey, LT, I am doing terrible. If you could, like, shoot me, that would be really awesome right about now. Where am I going? Right, Bosch. Save everywhere. Nope. That's not it.
I thank you.
I'd avoid crowds if I were you. In this town, you're still a traitor, you know.
The Resistance will surely find me soon. Fate's will, we meet again. I would pay my respects to your brother.
You're a fugitive now, too. Stay low for a while.
So nobody's actually making a legitimate guess.
Do as you like. That stone's ill-favored.
We feel regret. We sought that stone and found ourselves only worry.
You offering it?
It's mine.
Then why'd you ask? Our regards to your girl.
We stay in Rabanastre a while.
What do you think? Can I trust Bosch?
No actual
Gotta get rid of
guesses.
this thing.
Okay.
But maybe I should show it to Pinello first, so she knows I got something.
Well, yeah.
Should be at Miguel's place this time of day.
So here it is, guys. The one change that would make Final Fantasy Tactics a much better game. Remove levels. I don't mean like scaling or anything like that. Remove levels. No experience bar, no levels, nothing. Make stats dependent on equipment and job setup. That gets rid of the scaling problem, and those of you who've played Tactics know exactly what I mean by that. And it means that the only thing you really have to focus on is your setup with regards to the jobs and how you want those to interplay off of each other. And that's it. Bam. Fixed. That one change would make that game so much better. Hey look, the Moogling is up. And for those of you who've played Primus, the hub is up. I have freely and openly admitted that the hub was actually based off of this. Or to be more accurate, the hub is based off of another idea, which is based off of this, but you get the idea. What I mean, Takoida, is let's say you're playing Final Fantasy Tactics, and suddenly you realize you're actually playing FF8, because it's another one of those random encounters scaled to your levels situations, and punishing you for leveling situations. And so you have a situation where it is very, very easy to be completely screwed over by being too high level. Hey, Jofro. Yeah, what 12 Maniac says is absolutely true. You could be at even like, and what I mean by this, to make this clear, this isn't just a completely lopsided thing. If you are at the level to be properly challenged by story missions, you are at the level to be destroyed by random encounters. If you're at the level to crush the story missions, you're at the level to barely survive the random encounter missions. Also, chocobos are evil. But I'm being 100% serious. No exaggeration here. The scaling is terrible. But I was thinking about it. My first idea was to just get rid of scaling. Just eject it from the game. Get rid of the scaling entirely. And then I thought about it. And I figured, why not get rid of the root of the problem instead? And actually go in and remove the levels themselves. Which fixes a couple of other problems as well. Hey, Palpatine. Including some stat gain-ups based off of levels and that kind of a thing. So, yeah, just removing that, just pa-pam! It fixes it, just like that. I'm going the wrong way. Okay, chatter. I'm automatically disinclined to, I'll be completely honest. But I'll go ahead and look at it. So what is it? I'm not promising to do an exploration. Because I never promise stuff that I'm not going to do. 100%. Or whatever. But yeah, it's the FF8 problem all over again. And it's one of the... I've said it 1,000 times. When I was younger, I liked level scaling. To be honest, I don't even remember why anymore. With age, experience, and having played many games, and of course, you know, a lot of study in game design, I look at level scaling now as like, why? Why would you do that? I hate level scaling. It is the worst freaking thing in the universe. You know, it's funny, Taquita, you say that. I own that game. Haven't played it. Yeah, there's the... sorry, I'm sorry, I should have pointed this out, because I was just reading it, enjoying it. These are the guys who are actually counting the stones. Counting the bricks on the ground here. Yeah, anyways.
Vaughn, is it really you? I heard you got took off to Nalbina.
The Imperials will need more than a dungeon to stop me.
You broke out of a dungeon? Whoa.
Name a situation,
Try and keep
Nether.
it down, would you?
Like, I'm genuinely curious, because I can't think of
Around,
one.
Is she? Out on a delivery, maybe?
Nope, haven't seen her all day. Not like her to up and skip out on work like that. Miguelo's not here either. He went running off somewhere a little while ago.
So much for my big welcome. I guess everybody's busy.
I got my hands full watching the shop, and old Daran had something for me to do, but I can't get away.
Old Daran, huh? Tell you what, I'll go see him for you.
Really?
Well, nothing better to do.
See, that's not actually level scaling in the way we're describing it, Nether Hunter. I mean, I agree in the technical sense of the word, it is level scaling. But it really isn't. That's just, okay, we have 5 chunks of content, and you could go to any given chunk when, you know, regardless of your level, and it will be at your level. But that's very limited level scaling. That's proper level scaling, because that means you can do the zones in any order rather than having to do them in a single order. Nothing else ever does that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be exaggerative. That's still, see, that's not level scaling. That's zone level scaling. That really is a different animal. That's like, okay, you, and I would argue that couldn't even work in a single-player format. Like, imagine if in, to use an example, Skyrim, you walk into a zone, and this zone and all the quests in here are now, boom, they're boofed up to your current level. So there's only 2 options to do that. You have them set to the level when you first walk in there, or they constantly change to whatever level you are when you're going through there. And neither of those are really the most elegant of solutions. And also, you'd have to define a zone. Which, yeah. Yes, this way. That was actually what I thought first, too. Lurker, actually. Hey, sassy dog. That's a good question, Cougar12. When you figure that out, let me know. I'm trying to think of the worst example of level scaling. Give me a moment to think on that. Ironically, my first automatic thought to that is actually Oblivion. But, no, I think there's a worse example of that. Let me think on that. Well, okay. Actually, Final Fantasy VIII is the worst example of level scaling, now that I'm thinking on it. So yeah, I'm actually going to stick with that. Final Fantasy VIII is the worst example of level scaling, by a big margin. Way worse than Oblivion. Because, well, I shouldn't even have to explain why. That's just terrible in FF8. Yeah, everything's your level, but they don't level the same rate you do. They level much more than you do. And, you know, I'm going to rewind for a second. I might not have minded the level scaling at 8 because it's optional if they'd explained it. If someone had sat down with me before the game had started up, and I'm like, okay, levels equal difficulty. If someone had... that's all you need to say. Levels equal difficulty. The higher level you are, the more difficult the game is. Period. It's 1-to-1. So if someone had just explained that when I first played FF8, I might have actually enjoyed that game a lot more the first time I played it. And I might have gone in like, oh, okay. Because that's so contrary to how every other RPG had worked up to that point in time, that it was such an alien thought that I had no idea I was making things harder on myself without wanting to. And it's self-repeating, too, if you don't know what's going on. You're like, oh man, I'm just getting crushed by these things. I need to level up more, because that's the logical extension to having trouble with an area, right? Get a couple more levels, get a little more loot or gear. Well, there's no gear in FF8, in any sense of the word. I mean, there's the junctions, but you know what I mean. So it's like, okay, so I'll level a little bit more because I'm having trouble. So I get to the next section, and oh god, now I'm getting destroyed! I need to level even more, and so forth and so on. So... again, if they had just said levels equal difficulty, I would have been like, Got it. Understood. It would also have been nice to just have Ink None as an option, I think, rather than having to fight an optional boss and know that he has Ink Half and Ink None as a result of that, but, you know, whatever. Hey, Z1. What am I doing? This way. In all seriousness, Cougar 12, the Ulan is a dragoon who can't jump. So, you know, spear wielder, basically.
Well, well, look who we have here. Heard you were sent off to Nalpina.
Yeah, I escaped.
And I got out of there as fast as I could.
It was no big deal.
But it was all worth it, Daran. Here, look at this.
My. Quite a treasure you've got there.
Well, you know, I couldn't have done it without your help.
So, there is more to this gutter churl than first meets the eye. Van, I've an errand, a simple favor to beg of you. I was going to ask that kites to go, but I should think that you ought to do. No, I think you're just the one.
Yeah, not only is this the last old Daran cutscene,
There's a fellow by the name of Azalas, and I need you to bring this sword to him.
this is about to be the end of the Lowtown, too.
That's a sword of the old order.
Speak my name when you arrive. That should be enough to get you in to see him. I've made a note on your map showing you where he can be found. Mind you, you are to deliver the sword to him personally.
I will. Hey, Daran, do you think I could get you to do something for me? I need you to find out where Penelo is. I wanted to show her what I got from the palace, but I haven't been able to find her anywhere. Can you let me know if you hear anything?
You can just leave that to me.
Remember, we'll never talk to him
Thanks,
again.
Daran.
Ever.
And so it is done. But will it be enough to remind him of what the Order once meant?
So who do you think he meant there? Vossler or Bosch? Anyway, so yeah, that's the end of Daran. Bye, Daran. We'll never see you again. Bye. And like I said, we're about to be at the point where Lowtown, which is such a shame, is going to be irrelevant. And I say it's such a shame because it's actually quite a large area. With multiple zones, lots of NPCs you can just run around talking to you. There's even like little stories down here about the kids and the guy who's looking for his son and the merchant stuff. There's lots of really cool stuff down here. And it's really well designed too. It's got the waterworks, it's got these little tiny little bits of foliage and just awesome stuff. And yeah, this is the end. Well, we're never coming back here other than for hunts. I said I'd look at it, chatter, and I will. Not right now, obviously. I'm busy right now, but now, I have to admit, I love the idea of the Lowtown. Not as an oppressive place, as a standard of living. Like a normal place. I mean, if you think about it, and I believe in Japan, yes, Salty, there are actually places like this. Not underground, I don't mean that part. But if you ignore the underground part, narrow streets, and like every spot, every little stall or whatever is like a completely different thing. Okay, so we've got the pottery place there, and then we've got storage right here, and then, well, another pottery place. Here's some place selling pastries right there. Here's someone, I'm not, it looks like they're selling weapons and metalworks, that kind of a thing. Here's another one like that. Here's an obvious, like a soup place or a spice place, something like that. I like this idea. Apparently there are underground ones like this in Japan, too. I like the idea of this place. I just don't like the fact that they do nothing with it. That's all. I don't remember, chatter. They all blur for me.
Then what do you make of Andor's proclamation? Are you suggesting they fooled even the Marquis?
What if a
Marquis!
judge killed the king? Not
Take a
the
drink.
captain. That would explain everything, wouldn't it?
In that case, the captain would be brother to a judge. How are we to trust such a man?
That's such a stupid line of reasoning.
Now there's the Bosch that I remember.
Hi,
Will you
Larsa.
fight again at my side?
His word alone convinces me of nothing.
I'd take his word over that of a mouthpiece Marquis.
Then you name Rex
Marquis!
and you're with him.
My brother was no liar!
Just the opposite. Rex was the witness they needed. They had to make it appear as if I killed the king. Rex bears no blame. The fates have willed it.
So this is Rex's brother. Your words may convince a child such as this, but they weigh far too lightly on the scales for my taste. Our past will remain separate.
Do you not think Amalia worth saving?
I hold men's lives in my hands. I must see foes in every shadow.
Also,
When
I
am
turned
against
traitor
the
like
king
a
he
year
knew,
ago.
I will not chance such disadvantage again. I must treat you as I would Andor, as I would treat any abettor of the Empire.
Then what will you do? Hold me here in chains?
Dramatic thing that's never done again in the entire game.
Some things never change, do they?
Listen to me, Bosch. Your cage may have no bars, but it is a cage. The eyes of the Resistance watch unblinking.
Let them watch. I know something of cages.
Yeah, no kidding. Anyways, Rex didn't die in the battle. He was basically mortally wounded and died from the wounds he suffered sometime later after being the witness. Otherwise, he really would have been no use to Vayne or his plan.
That's right. Amalia's in the Resistance.
Then you know her.
Sorta. We met just before we got sent to Nalbina. I've known nicer people.
Our paths keep crossing, yours and mine. It's more than coincidence.
Hey, Leander.
It's annoying.
Vite!
I'm sorry. Allow me one last annoyance, a favor to ask. I want you to take me to Balthier. Even caged birds need wings.
This makes us even.
Even?
For Nalbina. We couldn't have done it without you.
So, Bosch offered his sword arm to help them escape from the dungeon, and in return, Vaughn thinks it's even to go ahead and take Bosch to a bar. Sword arm walking about 200 feet. Hey, Fat Squeak. Welcome to your new home. Hope you're liking it. I do have the text still up in front of my face, right? Yes, I do. I should, like, move this around a little bit. I should do like this. This is what I should do, guys. Behold! I should do it, like, right here. So there's no escaping it. No, how do I put it, like, right here? And let's get rid of that transparency, because that's not going to work with this location. So let's go back up to 100. There we go. Perfect. See, now it's hard to see the Bosch's glass thing. Maybe I should do it like right here, like I was originally thinking. I think we will just leave it over there for right now. What's our roots at right now? Anyways, poll results. Looks like Knight is winning by quite a bit with White Mage in the second. And of course, a lone vote for Archer and a lone vote for Black Mage. 2 votes for Hunter. There we go. I don't know who Kara is, but yes! I just agree to all the things. I suppose I should sell here. Business has been slow. Buy something, will ya? Well, if you insist. Here, will you buy all this stuff off of me? Hang on, I need to sell 36 cotton caps really quick, guys. Whoops. We're not done yet, Black Jeff. We're still, there's still some time to root. I'm giving more people a chance to, oh, the first human. Gotcha. Giving... You're horrible. Giving, people a chance to vote since not everyone's on right now. I don't even remember what the bundle combos are off the top of my head. I'm also going the wrong way. Whatever. What, Leander? He was offering. Yes, so, okay, Salty, you know that, the characters... Okay, so basically, Vaughn is a really, really bad seamstress. So, his outfit is like... all those 36 cotton hats or whatever... What he actually did was he tried to rend them to get the material and then sew that into his current outfit, and he's really bad at it, so he keeps losing material from the hats, and that's why he's only wearing a vest and isn't fully covered, because he doesn't have enough material. So I need to get even more of those. Yes, I have, Rickard. That's the most horrible thing ever. I'm never reading that again. You are a horrible person, sir. Also, I'd just like to go on record as saying something since I've been watching playing FF10 and 10-2 lately. What the hell's wrong with the people's outfits in those games? God, that drives me crazy. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Words. I probably should go ahead and just buy all the gambits really quick. It's not bad, Solvix. I actually did a stream of it the other day. Probably the Iliad, Dogandis. And, it's... if they ever do the mod to allow people to choose which graphics they want, the Steam version's basically awesome, but I do like a lot of things they've done with it. Yeah, I gotta be honest, Lulu's outfit doesn't bother me at all. No, not for that reason. The belts thing is weird, but that doesn't bother me anywhere near as much as Tidus's asymmetrical thing, which is just makes me cringe a little bit whenever I think about it. But that's actually not even the one that bothers me the most, too. No, I'm talking about the random-ass NPCs who wear completely ridiculously elaborate full-body coverings of bizarrity. And covering their heads and covering their sides and everything. And then there's the other people who are basically wearing half robe, half bikinis. And then there's the guys who are wearing, like, things that cover part of their upper shirt and then part of their lower shirt. And it's just weird. The fashion sense of Spira, and again, primarily the NPCs, is just so bizarre. And every time I play those games, I find myself thinking, you know, this is one of the most depressing settings I've ever seen in my life. Hey, Sonoshi. This is a world in which you live in a literal, constant, day-by-day fear of the fact that people are going to come... not people, I should say. Sin is going to come and kill you. It is a constant threat. And that's only the more primary threat. That's the main threat. That's ignoring the fact that there's also the threat of fiends... and of Rogue Machina, and everyone's terrified of the Albed in general. So this is a world in which you are in a constant state of dread, fear, and terror. At all times. And in this world, where they don't even have any more than one city, because any civilization, any town that gets too big gets targeted by Sin, they somehow have the infrastructure and the backing necessary to get the materials to make these incredibly elaborate outfits. That has always bothered me. Here, I'm going to mute this so you don't have to hear this. I'll have to hear it, but that's okay. That's the price I pay. You gotta say it right, Rickard. Ulon! Congrats, DJ. You know, at least Seymour's outfit makes a degree of sense, and I know that sounds weird, but he's one of the wealthiest and most politically powerful people in the entire setting. He has the Guado at his back, he has Yevon at his back, and he has Anima at his back. He should be in a big, fancy, ridiculous outfit. It would help emphasize just how that disparity between the rich and the poor that FF10 kind of has going on anyways. But no, everyone looks like they're super well off. Yeah, no kidding, Lurker. Oh my god. I'm not sure, DJ. But yeah, Ulon is spear-based stabber. It's a Dragoon who can't jump. It's really the easiest way, I think, to explain that for anybody who's played any other FF. Imagine if Kain couldn't jump. I mean, it is a term in real life, but yeah. I may run out of money. I've got other things I could sell for the bazaar. Okay, Lurker. You mean like this right here? Eat, salty. Yeah, imagine if Kain was useless. Yeah, we got some 300s. I'm probably going to actually, You mean purely aesthetically as a one Joker? Or like the games? Like the actual gameplay of both games? Almost there. Stay on target. Stay on target. Loosen up! Okay, so in terms of aesthetics, I barely remember what they're wearing in Dragon Age Inquisition, so I can't actually help you with that. In terms of games, I've only played Inquisition once, but even by that one playthrough, I cannot say it is at the level of quality of Origins. Origins did too many things right, and while Inquisition I do think is a good game, absolutely, it was a big net positive, I do not think it surpasses Origins in my mind at all. Yeah, let's just sell everything. What else do I have anything worth a damn? Looks like I don't. Yeah, rat tails. Hey, Snow. Yeet. Yeah, I got close. Oh, jeez, now there's some more 300s. Damn it. I actually refuse to play Inquisition again without cheating, unless it's for... Well, I guess I already reviewed it, so I guess I'm not going to review it again. I might ruminate on it. Lurker, I've got another example for you. Final Fantasy X. Now, you may look at me weird, but hear me out. I've played FF10 recently, and that game's UI is actually bad. And it's weird because the UI, I mean, all of the things they do wrong with FF10's UI are things they have already done right in previous Final Fantasies. For example, there's virtually no memory cursor in FF10. If you don't know what I mean by that, then memory cursor is when you go into a menu or into a whatever, and it's on the same spot where you were previously. So, you know, you can be like, aha, you know. So yeah, there's no memory cursor. And so, for example, just a random-ass example here, let's say you want to customize a bunch of people's gears. You've been running around getting all the material to customize their gear, so you have to go into the menu, select the thing, scroll down to the item, select it, scroll down to the thing you want to customize it, back out, open up, scroll down to the item, select it, scroll down to the thing, hit customize, back out, every single step. There's no memory option. This is something that's been in the FF since, I think, 4. I know it's at least been in since 5. And yet it's not there. This is true in combat, too, in some ways. Now, it memorizes some things and it doesn't others. But the point is, that's just one little thing. One tiny little thing that they completely screwed up. And, by the way, this is FF10, also known as the single grindiest FF ever. Not counting 11, I should say. Yes, I did, DJ. So, we now have a game that is ridiculously grindy, that already requires a stupid amount of repetition in order to actually access all the content. And it's implemented in a way that forces you to do it in the most slow, tedious manner possible. I like FF10. I do. It's a great game. I really enjoy a lot of aspects of it. I like the sphere grid overall. I like the I mean, I have some finagles. Yes, it is Shiryu. I have some problems with the sphere grid, but you know, it's a good system overall. I love the story. I even like Tidus. I know that sounds weird, but he is actually the perfect Tetris block to fit the setting, so I can tolerate the fact that he drives me crazy personally, you know, etc., etc. There's a lot of great things about FF10, but God, that game is grindy! Hi, Azura. What's up? Also, Vroot! Get your Vroot noon. We're going to be doing Bosch soon. Actually, the Kingdom Hearts lore run will be going live after Fallout 4 goes live. No, I don't, Chatter. Because a game has to sit on its own merits. Oh yeah, I need to turn the game audio back on. Thank you. Now, I know, Javan's over there to tell me, but some people like grind! And that's great. I get it, I do. Some people like grind, and that's fine. And it is worth noting that the vast majority of FF10's grind is optional. You do not need to grind except once. Here's the problem with FF10. Well, here's one of the problems with FF10. I've actually told you guys about difficulty curves before. We've talked about this many times. A proper difficulty curve is either this or this. These are proper difficulty curves. This is not a proper difficulty curve. So FF10 is like this. Seymour! Sin! So there are actually 2 points at which it's like, "Rah!" And one of them is, again, you have to go and grind. The enemies inside Sin are just heads and shoulders way stronger and way harder than anything else you fought up until that point in time. And that's ignoring, like, the out of nowhere. By the way, this is what the zombie status effect is of Unalesca. Oh yeah, and that's the weirdest thing. Javan's right, because the opposite is still true. A bad difficulty curve isn't just cliffs up, it's also cliffs down. For those of you not aware, you have to legitimately work at it to lose on the last boss. I'm not kidding. The last Seymour fight is way easier than the previous one. And then you fight, you know, Braska's final Aeon, which is, it's an okay fight. It's acceptable. And then you fight the last bosses, plural, which, again, you can't lose unless you actively try to. You have to work at it to lose that fight. You have to legitimately be trying to commit suicide to lose the last boss fight. So this, to re-show this is the difficulty curve of FF10. And then it keeps going for a bit. That is not a good difficulty curve. Where did that happen in Xenogears? Remind me, Dog Andes. It might have been a fight I haven't done. Where am I going? Ah, I'm going to the Sand Sea. That's where I'm going. Jeez. Yeah, I could see that, Rickard. Worst example of people hating on a game for not being as good as a similar game. Yeah, this is going to sound unfair, and I myself have done this, but Fable to Morrowind.
A lot of kids lost their parents in the war. Mine had already died before that. The plague took them both.
I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Wow, Dragoon. Of course, Farscape is an amazing show.
It's been 5 years now. After that, I lived with my friend Penello and her family. Then the war came.
I am sorry.
You don't have to keep apologizing. Really, it's all right. I know it wasn't your fault. I see that now.
BAM!
You didn't kill my brother.
And Vaughn has just finished his first character arc, one of two. And the second one won't come up until the second to last dungeon.
My brother trusted you.
So, yay.
And he was right.
FF7 does have a very smooth difficulty curve, except for the end. It's funny, because FF6 has almost a perfect difficulty curve, in my opinion. I actually do have one game I could think of that has, in my opinion, a legitimately perfect difficulty curve. Props to anyone who could guess it before I say it. But FF6's difficulty curve is extremely smooth, all the way up until the final Kefka fight, at which point it's basically just an endurance thing, and it kind of plateaus. Now, I know what you're going to say, but the final Kefka's easy. Only if you're really prepped for it. If you're just leveling normally, not maxing out spells, not going out and grinding, if you're just playing through the game normally, and not going out of your way to do more or less than normal, the difficulty in FF6 is pretty much always perfect for where you are, except for that last plateau. The last three fights here, with the three statues, are basically the peak of difficulty in the game, and then it plateaus for the actual last boss. And no, it is not FF4. FF4 does this. I love FF4, but it does this. But it's not Chrono Trigger either. Although now that I think about it, Chrono Trigger has an extremely smooth leveling curve too. But no, I'll go ahead and tell you. In my opinion, a game that has a legitimately perfect leveling curve, difficulty curve, is the first Paper Mario on the N64. And I mean that sincerely. That difficulty curve is 100% smooth. If you go, it is exactly right. If you go through it, and again, don't do any more or less than you should, it will always smoothly curve all the way up and peaking at the last boss, which is pretty rough if you're not prepped for it. If you overlevel a bit, then it's a bit easier, and if you underlevel a bit, then it's a bit harder. But it is perfectly smooth all the way up. The Suikodens is probably what you're thinking of. Also, FF12 for life, whoever said that earlier. Right, this way. Shut up,
As
Texas.
I said, a misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding? What I am understanding is it's with Penello because of you.
What? What about Penello?
Oh, Vaughn. They've taken Penello. And there was a note for this Balthier. Come to the Museum of Minds, it said.
It's Begamnon. He was in Albina.
If anything were to happen to that sweet child while I have her parents' memory to consider, you're going to go to her aid, and that's that. That's what you Sky Pirates do, isn't it?
I don't respond well to orders.
No record.
You do know that the Imperial fleet is massing at Bujaba?
Fine, then I'll go. You at least have an airship, don't you? Just get me there and I'll find Penello myself.
I'll join you.
Huh?
I have some business there as well.
An audience with the Marquis, by chance?
Balthier, just take us, and this is yours.
The guards are toying with us.
Make yourselves ready. We leave soon.
Right.
Well, it's been like 10 millennia since then, Dragoon, because of stupid. Is FF13 a limitation? No. I don't think FF13 is nearly that bad. It takes quite a bit more. I mean, FF13 may not be a great game or even a good game, but it is not that bad at all. Someone else was saying something I wanted to respond to. Shoot, I think I need to scroll up. Scroll up. FF9's difficulty curve. I've actually been thinking about that during that cutscene, and FF9's difficulty curve is the other form of curve that I tend to enjoy, which rather than being smooth, actually does this. It's peaks and troughs as it goes up. Now, it does kind of go wonky a few times, but overall, that's the impression. Hey, Brogue. Voot! I think once we get to Bajerba, I'll go ahead and cut off Bosch's. Could I get a result in the poll, please? Don't even dare bring that up, Dragoon. I will smack you so hard. No. No, not no. 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 Where's the petitioner? Wow, Knight is just crushing this one. Oh, that's right, it's that guy. Okay. So before we go to Bajerba, I'd like to go ahead and do a couple of hunts. So we're going to do that. What, did it finally come out, Brogue? I already did an exploration on that game. Remember? I already streamed that sucker. I'm done with it. Yeah, Suikoden. Yes, that's what I was referring to earlier. E-controls. Oh, it's out of early access. Oh, okay. Yeah, some of the hunts involve a little bit too much walking, IMO. It's okay, Grey Wolf. I've already decided to launch nuclear weapons at your island. You're okay with that, right? You can handle that? Hopes and expectations for the NX. Well, that's an interesting question. I haven't played 13.2 and 3, Sparta. The story of 13.2 was interesting. I hated the story of 13.3. Like, that ending ruined everything of 13.3 for me. In addition to the fact that there were some flaws with the story up to the ending, but, you know, whatever. I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Yep, I am. Anyways, so, wrong way again. Gotta go the right way. Gotta go fast. I'm a speedrunner, guys, for real. I finally did it. I'm finally speedrunning. There we go. Anyways. Hopes and expectations for the NX. My biggest hope is actually that... well, okay, no gimmicks. Now, to define what I mean by that, I don't consider the gyroscope controls in the Wii U a gimmick. I don't. I do consider the 3D on the 3DS a gimmick. I do consider the motion controls a gimmick of the Wii. But no gimmicks on the NX. And other than that, I don't know. Whatever. Make some good games for it. That's all I really care about. What am I talking to? This guy, I think. There we go. They'll be fine, Rickard. They have magic or something. Okay, so the next question is, what would I prefer? Neverwinter Nights 3 or Dragon Age 4? By Obsidian, of course. That's true, Javin. There's a few niggles that I would like from the NX, but that would take time to actually think of, because they're all little things. Like, set up an actual Nintendo Network thing, like the PSN. That would be a really nice thing, but that's not really the NX. Yeah. See, I don't actually agree with that, Sparta. But then again, I'm one of those really weird people who just does not care about how shiny my games look. And I was actually thinking about that recently. But I don't want to get onto that topic, because that's a whole other topic. I'm still answering questions. Yeah, I think I'd go ahead and go with Dragon Age 4. A couple of reasons for that. First of all, it's Obsidian, and they can handle BioWare stuff very well. Second of all, we already have Neverwinter Nights 3. It's called Neverwinter, and I actually enjoy it. So I've kind of got my fix of Neverwinter right now. I don't have my fix of Dragon Age, and I'm one of those people who looked at the ending of Trespasser and Inquisition and said, "That's it? Come on!" And was really irritated that that's the last content DLC they're releasing, so whatever. How would I approach FF? How would I approach FF? You're like the main... I don't understand your question, Salty Panda. Your question makes no sense to me. Rephrase! I'm gonna get a save in. I hope so, Zidane. Not to my knowledge, Dragoon. Not to my knowledge. Lol, Javin. I will agree with 12 Maniac, but then again, let's be honest with ourselves. The Vita bombing is all Sony's fault. They completely screwed that up. The Vita should have been, or the Vita, whatever, should have been a great platformer, just like the PSP was, and it wasn't. There's some games on it, but it did not, like, it was not this amazing, oh, this is an awesome portable thing, like it should have been. Whatever. I make fun of the Vita, but it's kind of those laugh so I don't cry situations. I will say I do like my mobile games being, my portable games being, having pretty good hardware behind them, and I mean that sincerely. For example, I like the fact that I can basically play a PS2 game on my 3DS. In fact, the 3DS is actually, at this point, better than the PS2 in terms of hardware and capacity. So I like that. I like the fact that I can play that level of quality games on this. But, yeah. I might be able to take care of this one. So, to my knowledge, we don't actually know why Gator? I'm gonna go with Gator. We don't actually know why Gator left. I've actually read Gator's own statement, and it's fluff. It doesn't mean a damn thing. There's literally zero information conveyed in it. So, we have absolutely nothing to speculate on why Gator left BioWare. Literally, it's just a blank piece of paper. So make up your own reason, because we don't know. I was asked my own opinion on it, and I basically just... that's what I said when asked that. It's like, well, we have no idea why that happened. And we may never. I hate VR. I think VR is dumb and stupid and boring and terrible, and I hate it. I also think VR is a fad. I do think AR has some potential, but in all seriousness, I think VR is no. Sure, Salty Panda. Woo! Sports! There you go, that's your lore run. We're done. What's Rotter? Maniac. Hey, Liberated. Vroot! You've got until I either live or die, and then move to the next area. And then we'll be, at the point where we're going to be deciding who Bosch will be. I think the nearest save is this way. Ah, Res the Tomb Raider. Right. If I had enough swing to get Pele to actually show up to me in person, well, then my life would be awesome, wouldn't it? Yeah, what Javan said is basically my thoughts on AR in a nutshell. AR, yeah, okay, that can work. You can do a lot of stuff with AR. I'm actually kind of looking forward to the new AR Pokemon game that they're still working on. VR? Pfft. Ignoring the fact that I have glasses and it gives me a headache. Just ignoring that. Let's completely ignore that. VR is such a stupid gimmick, in my opinion. Yes, Dog Andes. I actually used to do music reviews of soundtracks of video games a long time ago on an old message board. I think I still have my FF9 music review. It's lying around somewhere. See you, Dragoon. So... yeah, I don't either, Pro. Like I said, even ignoring the headache thing, VR is not my thing. I don't want to... okay, first of all, we don't actually have VR. Let's make that clear. What we have is a terrible, pale imitation of VR. We get to look around as if we're in some kind of thing without any real feedback, tactically or otherwise, in order to indicate that we're there, which is just a complete mental disconnect. That's not immersive to me. I really should clarify that. That's not immersive to me. That's distracting and disorienting to me. If we had real VR, I still would be very hesitant about it, because if we have reached the point where we can effectively lie to all of our senses simultaneously, we have other problems than whether or not VR or AR is a thing or is cool. So... I just realized I'm about to fight the ghost with just Vaughn. This is a terrible idea. Or is it not here? Am I misremembering its location? I thought it was here. So what's more terrifying? No, Rickard. What's more terrifying? The idea of a Matrix situation in which, why'd the ghost not show up? Oh, okay, totally. That's why I was like, what the heck? So we're in the Matrix, and it's being run by the government. I'll just let that sit there. Or the Matrix is real and we're in it, and it's being run by people who don't really know what they're doing. So, which do you think is more horrifying? If you don't understand what I mean by that, how many times does your computer break down, or you lose internet, or you have a blip on your connection, or you lose signal on a phone, or anything about technology just breaking down, and the people involved in fixing that are taking their time or don't really know how to fix it? Because, yeah, speaking as someone who you know. Shut up, Java. Speaking as someone who has worked in tech support forever, I'm going to give you this one big secret about tech support, okay? We have no idea what we're doing. Okay, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but the point of tech support and the point of being someone who is an IT personnel is all of that knowledge enables you to basically fling all that knowledge at the problem and hope one of those things is the thing wrong. Because there's always new things going wrong. There's always new types of problems. There's always new types of issues that you've never encountered before, and you just have to use the knowledge that you have in order to troubleshoot it. Now imagine that instead of the internet, it's the Matrix. And so you're just wandering around in the Matrix, and all of a sudden, those people are giraffes. And the floor stops being rendered. It's still there, but you can't tell which chunks of the floor are actually solid and which aren't. So occasionally you'll just fall through into the earth. Yeah. Anyways. I don't have enough damage to do this, I don't think. We'll find out in a second. Do I have any... No, I don't. Damn. By the way, hi, Enigma. Voot! Yeah, I don't think I got enough damage to do this. What do you mean? I don't have, like... Oh, I do have everyone else. I thought I didn't have everyone else. What? There. Okay, so... I didn't realize I could actually have other party members. That's really weird. I thought I was, limited here. Okay, so let's try this again. I would love it if Bosch was a monk. That would be awesome. Uh-oh, Vaughn's doomed! Oh, crap. Okay, we have multiple dooms. Everyone's doomed. This is actually suddenly a bad situation. Okay, hang on. Yes. Okay. Doom. That's also true. That is an interesting thing that some people have legitimately been questioning here in real life about the possibility of VR. If we got VR sufficiently good, if it was sufficiently advanced and realistic, it might actually cause permanent damage. We don't know, of course. That's the point of such speculations. But yeah. Come on. Come on. Nope, not yet. Nope, not yet. No, crap! No! What? No! No! Okay. That's horribad. That was terrible timing. That was the worst timing in the universe. I was like ready to... Because he staggered Doom. So I was ready to go ahead and res Vaughn and then res those people and... Yeah. Death happened. Screw your ears! Also, I've turned my mic down to the point where it is literally at minimum. I don't know what else to tell you. Okay? I literally cannot turn it down anymore. It's this or mute. No, I haven't, Javan. Also, who's Chris Perillo? I have eaten peanut butter straight from the jar, yes. Sorry, Chatter. If you want me to just be... You know what? Chatter's right, guys. I'm going to start being a League of Legends streamer. Sure that 500 gil will cost the... or cover the cost of the 20 Phoenix Downs I just burned. No, I'm not, Gaia. I actually deliberately went ahead and picked up the chest, so I couldn't, so I'm incapable of it. And what, Darkrai? And to my knowledge, no. Nobody requested Resident Evil. No, I'm not going to. I also don't have a Star Trek background, so there's that. You know, the funny thing is, for those of you not aware, Doug Andes just said something in chat. He said, it's not my fault that I have to go quiet. A company claimed copyright on my voice. That's not a joke! I'm still fighting that copyright. It's also happened twice. I should say I'm fighting the second time it happened. Same company. I forget the name of the company because it doesn't matter that much. But, it's a Chinese children's show company. I'm being 100% serious about this. A company that produces Chinese children's shows on YouTube claimed copyright. I don't remember if I saved. That's a good idea. Let's build a wall. A great wall around China. Yes, I do, Azurine. It would be difficult to make it work, but yes, it would. Sonoshi, I don't decide what ruminations I do, or exploration, or I should say, I don't decide what ruminations or lore runs I do, and I have very little say on the explorations I do. You guys decide that. So if one of my patrons requests that, then the answer is yes. If they do not, then the answer is no. So I know that's a weird answer, but it's the truth. One other thing I just want to say here. Oh, it's great, Zidane. I can't wait to constantly have that happen every single frickin' video I put up. The irritation of the system, too, is it's all on the defender to actually defend themselves. It costs them literally nothing to make that claim against me. It costs me time, effort, and irritation to defend against it. So they are out nothing, and I'm out all that aggravation to get back to zero. Love that system. Anyways, so I like this place. This is another nice little I mean, I should say I hate the design. This place looks really ugly to me, aesthetically speaking. But I love the concept. I love this airport, basically. And that's all I really have to say to that. It just helps flesh out the air docks. And the idea that airship travel is, at this point, commonplace enough to be normal. It's one of the things I've actually liked about FF12 in general. The fact that airships are normal. That they are everyday things, as opposed to, say, FF6, where there's, like, 2 ever. Or FF4, where there's, like, 5, and, you know, a lot of other settings, not just Final Fantasy games. Airships are usually rare, uncommon things. I think 9 is one of the only other real exceptions. But here it's just everyday, and I like that. It's kind of cool. I did not see that, Gaia. That's wonderful.
This is the Stroud.
Time to see the Millennium Falcon, guys. I'm not making fun with that. I think it's cool. The Strull's a pretty neat ship.
Cheap airship enough for you?
The Straw. You really are a sky pirate.
Well, the headhunters seem to think so. What's a good word? Is she ready?
Moogles are awesome.
So is she armed? How fast is she? Could she take the Ifrit?
I
Ifrit.
suppose I could tell you, but... Wouldn't you rather see for yourself?
Yeah.
Fran, our course.
The shortest way, so Vidor Stonis.
How flies, Bujeba?
Oh, she's free as can be, for now. The Empire took notice when they announced the princess's unfortunate suicide and more untimely execution.
If it becomes known that I'm alive, the Marquis will lose
Take a drink, Marquis.
Try to steer clear of such things. Right, it's time to fly. And no wagging tongues or you'll like to bite them off.
I'm coming, Vanilla.
No, the Ifrit would beat the ever-living snot out of this. And the Ifrit's just a frigate. This is not a fighting ship. This is basically a modified freighter, which is actually, admittedly, a really nice ship because it was a prototype advanced one built by Dracula Labs, but it's not a combat ship. You missed the Moogles, Shavan. Oh, excuse me, Darkrai. Ifrit.
You've seen to her feeding, yes? I have, my brother. She eats well. See that she does. We need her alive. Balthier's bait must be fresh.
I keep trying to tell you. I barely even know who Balthier is.
My brother, a message come from Rabanastor. The Strahl, she set sail. She makes straight for the sky city of the Gerba.
Barely know, was it? Yet Ala Tracy goes bounding off for you. Tell me, how could that be?
That's what I'd like to know. I just met him that one time and that's
Does
it.
that tongue never stop? What if we plucked it from your head? As for you, we need Balthier alive. His corpse fetches but half the bounty.
A tender beaten, my specialty.
There's no fun for it if we can't tease out a scream or two.
Anyone ever wonder who put the bounty up for Balthier? Because someone has to put that up. It's not just a bounty that's up.
Where are you?
Someone has to be willing to pay it. And it's probably someone who has the blessing of Arcadia, given their connections to the Arcadian military. Just food for thought. Oh, they were Big O. The developers have even stated flat out that they deliberately, in many ways, were paying homage to Star Wars with this game in particular. Not the first game they did that with. They did that in FF6 and FF4 as well. And again, deliberately. The other Star Wars parallel on this is actually the ships. The fleet battles really are Star Wars battles.
Easy.
No good, he's not here. Keep searching.
We must find Lord Larsa. He's the best character in this whole damn game.
Forget it. And no names.
Of course.
I like Bajerba, by the way. And yes, those are static chunks of crystal, Dakota.
The Lusu mines are just up ahead. Though, I do hear there's not much left there these days.
You're on your way to the mines? Then please allow me to accompany you. I have an errand to attend to there.
What manner of errand?
What errand? I might ask the same of you.
With that one line, we establish he's a politician.
Right. Come on then.
What?
Excellent.
Also, I like how Balthier and him recognize each other instantly.
Should be less trouble that way.
For us both.
So what's your name?
Oh, I'm Lamont.
Don't worry. I don't know what's in that mine, Lamont, but you're in good hands. Right, Bosch?
And he's an idiot. But yeah, you notice that Larsa literally just walks straight up to Balthier and looking straight at him, clearly making the point there. Non-verbal communication. Love that scene. It's basically, okay, I know who you are, you know who I am. What are you going to do about it? I love that. Larsa is like the opposite of Vaughn. And I mean that in a good way. I'm not trying to bash on Vaughn, really, I'm not. What I'm trying to explain is that both of them are young. In fact, I believe Larsa's actually younger. But Larsa's already developed the keen mind that is going to be his hallmark throughout the course of the game. Whereas Vaughn has already developed his keen sense of bumbling into things, which will be his hallmark throughout the course of the game. Vaughn doesn't think more than 5 feet in front of his face. Ironically, Larsa doesn't think about what's 5 feet in front of his face. He's always thinking long-term, and that's actually one of his detriments. Vaughn also has no emotional self-control, whereas Larsa has it in spades, and I could point out other things, but the point is, he is in basically every way Vaughn's opposite. Well, see, it's funny you bring that up, Zidane, because I was just thinking to myself, if that is relevant here. For those of you not aware of the nature versus nurture argument, the idea is, and we don't know the answer to this, let's just make that clear, first of all. Is it our nature that determines who we are when we grow up, or is it being nurtured in a different way? Now, again, we don't know. There is no proof, there's no fundamentally provable things either direction. There's a strong theory that both are actually relevant, but again, even that is not provable. So, was Vaughn always going to be this kind of a person, or if Vaughn had all of the upbringing that Larsa did, would Vaughn be just as intelligent, just as polite, just as reserved? If Larsa was a kid on the streets of Dalmasca who had been, who had his brother die and his parents die, would he be just as much of a brat as Vaughn was? And again, we don't know. Yeah. And, no, I didn't have a Vaughn as dumb counter, sadly. I was still trying to keep in track of the encounters, which was... There were quite a few in FF12, if you'll remember. Because we were counting each enemy, or something like that. So yeah, I had a lot of work to do for the counter.
Larsa Mines, one of the richest veins in Ivalice.
Under Imperial Guard, no doubt.
Actually, no. With but few exceptions, the Imperial Army is not permitted within Bujerba. Well, shall we proceed?
One of the things I want to talk about really quick, I know, I said I wouldn't do a lore run, but I just find this concept fascinating. What we have here is a false neutrality. Now, oh, I don't need to pause, okay. To explain what I mean by that, Bujerba is neutral. They have to pay homage, basically. They have to function in reality as a vassal state to Arcadia, even though they are not literally on paper a vassal state. I mention that, though, because the only reason that Bujerba is allowed to remain independent of the Arcadian Empire is because it's too expensive to occupy it. That's it. That's the only defense Bujerba has. I know what you could say, well, they can throw in all their support for the other side, but the problem with... This is the same problem Manon had back in KOTOR. You remember that? Manon could not actually maintain their neutrality. They were actually incapable of maintaining it if they were actually pushed. They had to constantly have this balancing act of trying to encourage both sides not to push the issue. Because if either did, they would succeed. With sufficient military might, they could bring Manon to heel, and then use those solely for their side, and bring war to Manon, and Manon would probably turn into a devastated planet of doom, because there would be so much fighting over the Kulta. What power do these neutral people actually have? Access to the resource? That's it. So again, in Manon's case, in Bujerba's case, I feel like there's a third case I wanted to bring up, but I can't think of it. The neutrality thing. The only thing the neutral state actually has is the fact that it would be more costly and more expensive to actually move in and take over. That's not much of a bargaining chip. And it also helps to partially explain why the Marquis here, or the Mach if you prefer, so adamantly insists on licking the boots of the Imperials as often as possible in public and when actually pressed on the matter, and basically bows down to their every demands. Because if he actually pushes them too far, he's well aware of the fact that they could then push back. And you also have to understand that perspective of it being too expensive to move in and take over, that's a neutral perspective. To explain what I mean by that, that's the fundamental, removed from the perspective, removed from the situation, third-person perspective, right? That's over here. That's this perspective right here. An individual who's actually the one who is making the call on whether or not they do that is not going to have this third-person neutral perspective. They're going to have emotions. They're going to have pride. They're going to have arrogance. They're going to have all sorts of other things that have the availability to prevent them from thinking of it in a manner like that. So again, constantly trying to make sure that you don't piss off the wrong person. Yeah, what 12 Maniac is putting out is a great thing. Judge Geese is the wrong person to piss off in this case. He is someone who absolutely would say, yeah, it costs the Empire more in every way, shape, and form, but screw it, take him. Judge I'm an Evil Bastard would be another example of this. I can't think of his name off the top of my head. Bergen, I want to say, would be another individual to not push on the matter. So it's a wonderful little balancing act. That's why I call it the fake neutrality, because they're not actually neutral. They don't actually have the ability to maintain neutrality. they can't actually enforce it. They are constantly on the knife's edge. And that is the fate in real-life history of many, many, many cities, city-states, and kingdoms throughout real history. The individuals who, the countries, you know, the powers, who are the little people around the other people. Or if I could put this, I don't think Narsh is a good example, since Narsh's neutrality was constantly invaded. The game starts with Narsh's neutrality being invaded. To put this another way, what we're having here is Bujerba is the grass, and Arcadia and Rosaria are the elephants. I've always felt Geese is in power mostly because he's a politician. In other words, he has political backing, support, people who listen to him. Because he's not particularly good, tactically speaking. And he's ambitious as hell, and is striving to taking over.
You are diverting the purest of the Magicite.
I can assure you it reaches Lord Vane most discreetly.
Ha! You wear your saddle well.
Be that as it may, I have no intention of being bridled, Your Honor.
Then you prefer the whip? Stubbornness will see not only you broken, Excellency, but Bujerba as well.
Yeah, I don't like Judge Geese. I mean, he's well-written. He's well-written, he's well-acted. But I do not like the individual. He is not a good leader. He's the kind of person who should not have power.
The Marquis served as mediator at the negotiations of Damascus' surrender. It would appear that he is somewhat less neutral now.
They say he's been helping the resistance.
They say many things.
You're certainly well informed. Who did you say you were again?
What difference does it make? We have to find Penelo.
And Penelo is your...
She's a friend. She was kidnapped and taken here.
Yeah, Esther is an interesting example of actual neutrality, because they had the might, the technology, the resources to actually be neutral and stay out of things. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Judge Geese is very much the greedy bastard of this particular bundle. Hey look, it's Lamont, who I can control. Guys! Wait, we're gonna get Vaughn out of the party? Hang on just a second. Perfect! Check it out! We finally did it, guys. We made a game where we're playing as Larsa instead of Vaughn. Okay, I'm done. Yeah, but they don't, Dakota, because, well, actually there's several reasons for that. I don't want to get into that right now. Yes, actually, I did Psychotic. I once did a super cheat run where I was level 99 at this point. And, yeah, crushed the heck out of everything here. What am I doing? Right, this is what I'm doing. Laguna should know how bad war is. Also, interesting dual-wielding strategy. A gun and a sword. I know this sounds weird, but that's kind of indicative of Larsa's mentality. Welcome back, Dragoon. I often like it when gameplay informs a character. Well, I do have a theory about why Adele never actually reached out a second time to conquer the world, because she did the first time, if you remember. And what do you mean, Zidane? Okay, so The point here is that if you okay, a melee weapon, especially a sword, is actually a very good defensive weapon by hitting L. That's how I do it. You can close. It's not a cheat. It's actually built into the game. If you were playing this on a real PS2, you'd have the exact same option. Anyways, a sword is a great defensive weapon, and it's great for usage when you're in melee combat. Before you get to melee combat, you have the ranged weapon to pick them off or weaken them until they reach you. So you are limiting the amount of damage you'll take, you're preventing the enemy from advancing without fire, and you're ensuring that you can take care of some situations before they ever reach you. All of that is very intelligent fighting, basically. I mean, it's not like super genius level or whatever, but it is a smart way to go about combat. It's also not easy to pull off. Wielding a gun and a sword simultaneously is not as easy as it would sound, at least if you want to do it properly. So he's skilled, and he's intelligent. That's why, I mean, it informs his character. Nice little touch. Yeah, Redis dual wields too. Of course, Redis dual wields two frickin' awesome swords of awesome. But yeah. I tries it on. Yeah, I have to admit, his sword is a little bigger than I would expect him to be wielding like that. I'm not just that's not a crack about his age. An adult would have more difficulty than you'd think wielding a sword that size. That's pretty much a full-on broadsword right there. What do you mean he controls? Probably a lot, Psychotic. Funnily enough, most veteran D&D players will do the same kind of thing here that Larsa's doing. Yeah, sure. He's got Cure, Blind Navox, Poison Akura, Water, First Aid, and Shades of Black. See you around, E. Thomas. Thanks for joining me. Most veteran D&D players will have a ranged weapon and a melee weapon and be prepared to switch between the two at will, if they have the feats necessary to do that, like if they're playing a fighter or a ranger or whatever. Because, again, it is very tactically sound to do so, to have, for all the reasons I mentioned why it's sound for Larsa to do it. Oh, so you mean, like, why did FF13 get more linear, basically? I guess FF10 was pretty damn linear, too. The easy answer is... making a video game is what I like to call a time and money black hole. It eats up both like crazy. And a huge majority of that goes into either engine or graphics, or sometimes both, actually. So, when they were making a game like FF10, it was this incredibly intensive process to make the game look that good. I know people are like, oh, it's a terrible looking game now or whatever. But at the time, making a game look as good as FF10 was extremely intensive and very, very difficult to actually pull off. So you have to take away something in order to devote that extra time to polishing up the graphics and to polishing up the engine like that. So they made FF10 a corridor. Now, I will still say FF10's a good game, but there really is no denying that FF10 is a corridor. FF13 is a similar example. FF13 is an extremely shiny game, but extremely linear, because, yeah. I could mention the differences between the two and why I think one worked and the other didn't, but I don't want to get into that too much right here. Yeah, they're still tanking good. Wow, we might actually be a little underleveled at this point. Oh yeah! We're cutting off Bosch! Right. Bosch doesn't have a class yet. Okay. So, this is literally your last chance to vote. I'm going to give you like 20 seconds to vote for Bosch's class. Like right now. Okay, that's it. Nightbot. Nightbot. Oh my god. Hang on. Can somebody do me a favor? You know what? Hang on. Let's scroll up here. See if I have it. Like the last vote. No! It's scrolled off. What are you doing, Nightbot? It says it's on. It says it's in, even. There we go. Okay. What the hell, Nightbot? Okay, so, Knight. Got it. Bosch will be a knight. Okay. There it is. I like how we have a perfect symmetrical pattern so far. Did you guys do that on purpose? I'm just curious. Okay, so I'll do that in a second. Do we get Penelo or Ash next? I feel like we get Ash next on the Leviathan. Is that true? Well, let's just do Ash next, one way or the other. So let's set this up here. Let's do that first of all. That doesn't need to be like that. And then we'll do that. Alright, so we can't have a knight. Ba-bam! We can't have all this. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. And now I can put it over here. Over me. Which is the correct way to do text. There we go. So now you can see it completely over there. We just did knight, Mind Blast. Bosch is knight. There's no 7. Whoops, whoops. Hang on. Hang on. Why did that... Oh, because... What? Oh, because I didn't... Okay, I see the problem. I'm stupid. My bad. Okay, so pull over... Hang on, hang on. Monk... Breaker... Archer... It's not up yet, guys. Hang on. Hunter, White Mage, Uchlon, Red Mage. Okay, there you go. Now the vote's up. Now you can vote for Ash's class here. Okay. Right. So... It's up to you guys. What's she gonna be? You guys could set me up with the worst classes ever. It's all up to you. Do I not have any? I think I do. Alright, well, let's do this. We'll do the cutoff when we fight... I forget who in the Leviathan, probably. I legitimately forget. Why do we have swords too, but not swords? Whatever. I'll spend some points while I'm here, thinking about it. Yeah, some things admittedly don't make sense to me. Like, for example, the Machinist? No. I think it was the Machinist gets a bunch of MP things, which just made me go. But whatever. Like, and why does Samurai get magic potency? Why does Samurai get magic at all? What magic does a Samurai even have? I'm legitimately confused by that, but whatever, whatever. So I need to go this direction anyway, so we'll do this. Oh, magic increases katana damage. Okay, well that would make sense then. Never mind. Complaint withdrawn. Be nice if it said that. I mean, really. It would be really nice if it actually said that in the game, so I could be like, aha, rather than, huh? Which is where we're at the moment. See you around, heat controls. It's a shame Samurai's not here right now. We could tell him he's magic. Not in a while, Zidane, but yes. Yes, psychotic. At least I think so. Oh, the gambits. Thanks, he controls. Okay, so we've got someone doing anecdotes. I want to get a blinder. A deep blinder going on. I've got a healer, sort of. I've got an antidoter. I've got a phoenix downer. Wait, what? I am How am I missing a gambit? I'm missing 2 gambits. Whatever. What else do I need for that? Yeah, I don't have, like, a lot of items right now, so I don't really have much else I can do. I suppose we'll go ahead and do the usual. Getting a little bit of overlap there. So he's at 50, so we'll do her at... Oh, gotcha, 12. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, because, yeah, ally, yeah, okay. Yep, you're right. As I say, we already have guest. And everyone else. Okay, HP... Let's do... We'll have you be the emergency one. See her around, sure, you hope she has fun. I know you're not her, but wait, what? No. If ally is less than 40%, attack! Why is that an option? Hey, Deacon. Actually, let's do that at the 70 percentile. Why is Cure suddenly an AoE, by the way? I'm actually kind of confused by that. I thought Cura and Curaja were the AoEs, and Cure and Curaga were the single targets. Hey, Deacon. Did I already say that? I don't remember. Oh, fragments. By the way, everyone, voot! We have a new voot going on. Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. That's sorry. I guess that makes 12. I guess that makes 12. I guess that makes sense, 12. I'm just gonna... I refuse to answer that question on the grounds that it may incriminate me. Yeah, I did notice that earlier, 12. I wasn't sure what to make of that. Wow, White Mage is winning by a mile for Ashe. That would probably make her take Fran's spot in the party, I'm thinking. So we'd have Bosch and Ashe as definites. I love it when you're res so fast you can't even, like, finish the death animation. Hey, we dinged! Ashe. Ashelia de Balmaski. I don't remember how to say her whole name. Those are so dumb, 12. I don't get why. I get the idea of having multiple weapons. I really do. But those things are so dumb. And remember, we have one more class to pick. And if you pick Monk for Pinello, I'll tell you right now, my party will be Pinello, Ashe, and Bosch. And therein lies the problem, Shadow. Ah! There's more. Well, you smack someone with it really hard, Shadow, and... Well, I'm certainly getting pretty good at Hexpear. Of course, I haven't leveled in forever, so that's probably why. Inching our way across the bridge here. Hey, we're officially chained to our first level of chains off of these guys. Guess how good. Nice, Zidane. By the way, just because I feel like bringing it up, who here is super hyped for FF9 on the Steam? An example of a character with high charisma but low leadership. Hitler. You think I'm kidding? But you mean a character. I've already bought it. Whenever that comes out, I'm ready to go. I'm actually having a harder time coming up with a fictional character, especially a D&D character, with high charisma, low leadership. Yeah, I told you, Deacon. I've thought about that question. I've debated that argument already. I've made my points on that many times. Join us, Brigwin. Do I have to buy you that game, Brigwin? Because I will, just so you can experience it. And then I'll make you watch me stream it, because I'm sadistic, apparently. Okay, so how about a decent character who has high charisma and low leadership? Oh! King Kalen! Bam! There you go, Dragon Age Origins. See ya, Azura. Enjoy Oblivion. King Kalen. Dragon Age Origins. Great example. Very high charisma. Very low leadership. Which is funny, because Loghain is literally the opposite. Loghain's charisma stat has to be like a 1. But his leadership is through the roof. Brilliant. Brilliant, man. Oh, cool, Deacon. So there you go. There's, yeah, I was gonna say, there's an example of someone who's actually a good person, because I genuinely think Kalen was a good man, who was very charismatic and not a good leader. No, we're about to do that, Thanatos. And I'm going to torture you all by muting myself so you can only hear the game.
This is what I came here to see.
I'm kidding.
What's that?
It's nethicite. Manufactured nethicite.
Nethicite?
Unlike regular magicite, nethicite absorbs magical energy. This is the fruit of research into the manufacture of nethicite. All at the hands of the Draclaw Laboratory.
It's a sore spot for him, 12. Draclaw and his father in general.
Errand all attended to, then?
Thank you. I'll repay you shortly.
No, you'll repay us now. We have too much on our hands to go on holding yours. So, where did you hear this fairy tale about nethicite?
Yes, I have played it, Rickard.
And where did you get that sample?
I didn't like it that much.
What do you know about the Draclaw Laboratories? Tell me, who are you?
Balthier.
You kept us waiting, Balthier. You slipped away in Albina.
This is the most horrifying weapon ever, by the way. A chainsaw polar.
Has a smell of money about it. I may have to wet my beak a little.
I mean, think about that thing. If that thing just scrapes against the edge of you, that's like... Oh.
Too long have I gone unpaid. I'll carve my bounty out of that boy.
Where's Penelo? We're taking her back.
The girl? Why keep the bait when you've landed the fish? We cut her loose on the way here and then off she ran crying like a babe.
Hey!
Seriously. That weapon is horrifying. That's the kind of thing that if it's okay, anyone here seen Total Recall? The old one?
We'll not be able to take them all. Fight who we must, leave the rest.
In that movie, there's a specific scene I've never forgotten where there's a guy trying to drill them to death, literally. He's got them up against a cave wall. And a little tiny bit of the drill scrapes against the woman's arm and basically takes a big chunk out of it. That's what I'm thinking of when I think of that damn chainsaw chakram spear. Yeah, I'm not even gonna... No. In fact, we're just gonna do this. I don't know, given how I was performing against the skeletons, I'm not too inclined to 12.
It would not seem they follow. We've lost them.
Much more running about with Bunga at my heels, and I'm apt to give up sky pirating altogether.
Dang it. Rickard, can you hear me now? Insert Horizon joke here. Well, very few people involved in the making of the film thought that he was a replicant. So that doesn't surprise me too much, Thanatos. I'm not coming up with any other examples, Deacon, I'm sorry. I've actually been thinking about it. Well, the only movie Harrison Ford ever hated was Star Wars, so, you know. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I believe Blade Runner has been requested for elimination, which I've decided to go ahead and be totally cool with, because it's a movie that has a lot to talk about. I'm actually a little intimidated at the thought of talking about a movie like that's been talked about so much, and has so much to talk about. I mean, even the original freaking, the very first scene in the movie has tons of meaning to it. You know, it's like, God. Where do I start with that, you know? By the way, these guys are dropping Phoenix Downs. Good news! We're replacing our stock. By the way, Voot! You have a bundle of cutscenes to go. To Voot on Ash's fate.
I see you've been out walking without the company of your cortege, Lord Larsa. We caught her wandering out of the mines. You must take care with such undesirables about.
I was kidnapped.
Silence.
If it is a crime to wander on one's own, then I too am guilty. Marquis.
Take a drink.
I trust that your estate can accommodate another guest.
Why not?
Judge Geese, I shall heed your counsel. I will not travel unaccompanied any longer.
That was unexpected.
Thank you, Penello.
Of course.
Once again, by the way, that's a great showcasing of Larsa. He's not a genius, but he's smart. He's good at putting two and two together very quickly. I could just picture Vaughn being like, "Who are you?" I'm making fun, of course. I agree with what Takoida just said, actually. I've actually thought about that myself. This is a very colorful game when you're in cities. when you're in like the towns and the Arcadian Empire and all that, great visuals, wonderful visual design, but a lot of the dungeons, especially the caves, are dark and murky and samey. And of course, as we've already discussed, the repetition thing. Once again, I stand by my statement. If FF12 was 2 games, Episode 1 and Episode 2, that would be awesome. Nightbot, what the hell? You already crapped out on me earlier. Don't crap out on me again. Nightbot. Yap. Nightbot has just recently restarted. Inconsistencies may occur until the setup has been complete. Yeah, it's realistic, but it's boring, told me Nick. You know what I mean by that. In fact, I'd be surprised if you don't agree with me.
What's Penelo doing? And what's the deal with that Lamont?
That's no Lamont. Larsa Ferinas Solidor, fourth son to Emperor Gramis and brother to Vane.
What? That kid?
Do not worry. I believe he will treat her well.
Nobody knows men like Fran does.
Our purposes lead the same way. To Ondor. We must find means to approach him.
The Marquis is channeling money to organizations opposing the Empire. We'll start there.
It's good because it's boring. Alright. Why? I mean, I'm willing to listen to you, Javan, but... Oh, God, no, it's this scene. It's this scene.
Marquis Ondor announced my execution 2 years ago. If news of my survival were to spread, the Marquis may find his position compromised.
Welcome to hell,
The men
Summerhaze.
he's been funding bear little love for the Empire. They won't be thrilled to discover that rumors of your death were, in fact, greatly exaggerated. If we were to raise a clamor to that effect, we might just get their attention.
Nothing to it. I'll just go around town spreading the word. How about this? I'm Captain Bosch von Rotzenberg of Dalmasca.
Yeah, it's the voice actor that kills it. It's the voice actor that kills it.
Well, what do you think?
That certainly qualifies as a clamor. All right, Van, get to it. For the girl's sake, eh? Oh, and the more people around to witness your little performance, the better. If we're going to reach the Marquis, it's up to you. We'll be waiting here if you need us.
You know what, screw it. I'm just going to use straw poll. I don't feel like losing another vote. Nightbot has been way too flaky for my taste lately. So, our options are... Oh, hang on, let's pull this back up real quick so I can see the options. Monk, Breaker, Archer, Black Mage, Hunter, White Mage, Juan, Red Mage, Great Bowl, Bamf. Okay. I would agree with your reasoning, Javan, if it wasn't so lopsided. Numbers-wise, you spend way more time wandering around those dungeons, and, you know, so it's like, I don't know, Javan. I guess we're just gonna have to agree to disagree on this one. Sorry. Like, I get your point. I actually do. I just don't agree with it. Because I just argued back and forth in my head like 5 times, which is why I just kind of cut off my own sentence there. Hey, Samurai. We were talking about you earlier. So yeah, could everyone go to that straw poll and vote? White Mage or Monk are both equally acceptable. We probably do want a, White Mage at some point. Wow, Deacon. So you're saying, Deacon, you want me to wear tons of makeup? I mean, I can do that. I have painted my nails on camera as a donation incentive before. Thank you, Braven. Alright, Samurai, you're in time for the best part of the game.
I'm the Bosch von Ronsenberg.
I guess, okay, so here's the thing, Joven. I get your point. I do. I even understand the reasoning, and I'm with it. My point is, if I have to actively not enjoy something to get across an ideal or a feeling, then that is a bad thing. That's my perspective on it. That's my opinion, I guess is the way to put it on it.
I'm Captain Bosch.
No, I'm going to deliberately do this as terribly as possible. Just so you guys suffer.
I'm Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg.
I have shaved my eyebrows. For the...
Don't listen to Ondor's lies.
Wow. Okay, the range on that is a lot shorter than I remember. Looks like we're going to have to do it one at a time.
I'm Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg of Dalmasca.
And you will all enjoy. See, to me, this is way worse
I'm Captain
than,
Bosch von Ronsenberg of Dalmasca.
than ha 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 ha. No, this is much worse than that.
I'm the Bosch von Ronsenberg.
And as I said before, I think it mostly comes down to the voice actor. Yes, I know, 12 Maniac. I'm kind of deliberately being a dick about it. Whoops! Oh, there it goes. It's back. It's back. Whoops! That's the wrong guy. I meant to talk to the other guy. This guy.
I'm Captain Bosch.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. The ha 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 actually served several important plot points and story points and all that fun stuff. This is a way to get from point A to point B. An unnecessary way to get from point A to point B, I might add.
I'm Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg of Dalmasca.
If I was doing another run of this game, which obviously I'm not, I would make it a donation incentive to mute it during this sequence.
I'm Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg of Dalmasca. I'm the Bosch von Ronsenberg.
But instead, we'll just all suffer together. We must all suffer together, for if we don't, we will all suffer separately. Bad acting. Whatever.
I'm Captain Bosch.
You heard him, Badra.
I'm Captain Bosch.
Yeah, I just noticed that 12. I was actually worried for a second. Yeah, probably Lurker. There would be one guy who would donate against it, be like, ha ha, and it'd be like $2, and then 20 bucks would come in to mute it. And that would be the end of that.
Don't listen to Ondor's lies.
Alright, we're done. I'm tired of this. Kane lives! But I can't do that at full volume because people complain.
This is the one, Amaro. Says he's Captain Bosch, he does.
You would sooner pass for the king.
I knew he weren't no captain. That was a mean trick to be playing.
Well...
If a trickery it ended, it would end well enough. But why this boy? And why Captain Ronsenberg?
I like how she's always leaning on his shoulder.
And I will hear it.
Like always.
The Empire's hounds grow passing bold indeed.
A shame if they learnt the Marquis trafficked with the likes of you.
Take a drink.
Agents masquerading as guides, a hideout at the back of a tavern? Not exactly earning high marks for originality, are we?
Now you've done it.
So Basch von Ronsenburg does yet live.
So Vaughn really is all right. I didn't think I'd ever get to see him again.
You will join him soon. And until then, I shall see that you are kept from harm.
Yeah, this is a good scene.
Thank you.
I am troubled. The Rabanastre Imperial Guard appear to have overstepped their bounds. I intend to speak on this with the Consul.
What?
Vayne Solidor, the Consul, is my brother. The first duty of the Consul is to maintain order in Dalmasca.
Thank you, Bragan.
My brother is not one given to failure.
Yeah, no kidding.
Perhaps things aren't going as well as they might be.
He doesn't
but give him
fail.
a little time and he will put things to rights.
Like, in the whole game, really.
Be not troubled. My brother is a remarkable man.
He frightens me.
He should.
Why?
I'm sorry. He is your brother. It's just, you don't understand how much we lost to the war. My friends, my parents.
So you fear the Empire?
I like his tone when he says that.
Listen to me. The men of my family, we are taught to place the needs of others before those of our own. I will see that you are kept from harm. It is my duty to House Solidor.
But how? How can I trust you?
Because I give you my word. My brother would do no less.
I do like how Larsa has been deliberately kept away from the realities of the political machinations of Arcadia. Not the function of it. He's very good politically. But the realities of it, deliberately by everyone involved. Everyone has gone out of their way to keep him away from the backstabbing and the murdering your own brothers and the securing of the military by, all the horrible stuff.
I knew there must be more to it, but to find you at the end of this tale? To see the Marquis's face when
Take
he
a
learns
drink.
of it.
I should like nothing more. I would meet him and see for myself.
How say you, my lord?
There is little to be said. I shall arrange a meeting with the Marquis.
Take a drink.
We shall expect you at the estate.
I don't think I've really done anything evil in a tabletop RPG. Oh, wait, hang on. One time I destroyed an entire village for the experience. By the way, Larsa is admittedly among my favorite characters in this game. And considering how many awesome characters there are in this game, that's saying something. Where's the weapons shop? Over there. Wait, context on what? What'd I say? Oh, right, some of you don't... Okay, so we're taking a drink every time they say Marquis or Bahamut. And I guess that's about it. That was not evil, Javan. That kingdom was not evil, but they weren't good, so it's okay. Alright, what do we got in the bazaar? Nothing good. Oh, the village. Okay, so I was a mage and I had a lot of fireballs. And I really needed to level up to go after the kingdom. This is actually the same game that Javan's referencing. So, I kind of torched the village. That's it. There's no real backstory behind that. Well, in my defense, I really needed that experience to go hold a kingdom hostage. Apparently he's better off without a gun. That's kind of funny. Whatever. Oh, that's why. White Mage is currently winning. You've got a little bit more time. I got a little bit of catching up to do here. I was actually just thinking about doing that. Since he does not need his MP, like, at all. And we're about to lose that anyways. Hate to do it, but that's actually the better setup here. Actually, ooh, there we go. That's what I really want. Okay. What? They weren't good, Javan. So they died. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm not using both here at this point anyways. I'm sorry, Enigma. I hope you feel better soon. If it makes you feel any better, Enigma, I am Captain Bosch von Rossenberg of Dalmasca. Window. Always window. I'm kind of broad-shouldered, so I like to be able to lean against the wall there. If I'm in the middle, I will be super cramped, and if I'm in the aisle, I have to constantly get out of the way of the people going through the aisle. Window. Easy answer. Ugh. Several years for Mosin. Off and on. Whoops, I didn't mean to buy that. Whatever. That's not an exaggeration, by the way. Although, in my defense, I was working on another world before then. Or two, but what? Why is... God damn it. Hang on. God. I keep misclicking, basically, and flinging money out the window here. I probably have more sympathy for Sven than some people do, especially since he's made an honest attempt to turn it around. Otherwise, I don't know what else to add to that. Oh, that sucks, Samurai. Speaking as someone who's been through that more than once, that sucks, and I'm sorry. Hey, Marley. I'm not really strapped for money anyways right now, FF12. As you can tell in the lower left there. To make it clear, I don't condone what Sven did. That was pretty messed up, and any attempt to work around that is pulling it technically, in my opinion. But I do think it has been a disproportionate response. Oh, cool, Marley. Now I want Taco Bell. I should ask if Taco Bell's in the possibility. Hey, Eros. Voot! Someone give him the link so he can voot! Voot. Thank you, Braven. Eros, you missed... you missed the best scene in the whole game. It's okay, it's over now. It'll never hurt us again. Okay. I'm on my own for lunch. And breakfast, because I haven't eaten yet today. What should I eat? What should I eat, guys? I hope so, Big Mama Frank. I really do. I have to admit, the Taco Bell joke has gotten old for me a little bit in the last few years. Because it's a really old joke. It's like, oh, Taco Bell is just diarrhea and it's terrible and it's horrible. It's like, no, it actually isn't. If you don't like Taco Bell, that's fine, but it's really not that bad. Eat my chair.
Sir Bosch von Ronsenberg. It was not so very long ago that I announced you had been executed.
And that is the only reason I draw breath.
So you are the sword he strung above my head. Vane has left not a thing to chance. And?
A leader of the resistance has fallen into Imperial hands. A woman by the name of Amalia.
Actually, you know what? It just occurred to me. Deacon, are you still here? If you're still here, Deacon. The Marquis is someone who is actually... so this is actually a bad example because he's not very good tactically. He is very politically adept. In fact, I would say he is second only to Vane in terms of political machinations. But he is very tactically non-brilliant, but very charismatic as well, and is the guy who basically managed to get the resistance together and get them unified under Rosaria banners. So,
I would rescue her, but I need your help.
This resistance leader, this Amalia, she must be very important. You understand I've my position to consider.
Would you let us see Larsa? He's got my friend with him.
I'm afraid you're too late. Lord Larsa's cortege has already rejoined the Imperial detachment. I am told they will depart for Rabanastre upon the arrival of the fleet this eventide.
I like the voice actor for the Marquis quite a bit, actually. Yeah, speaking of the fleet. So there's the Leviathan. It's a dreadnought, by the way. So a step up. It's 2 steps up from the Ifrit.
What are we waiting for? You to calm down.
Captain Ronsenberg, surely the exigencies of position are not lost on you. Why, indeed, you should find the enemy's chains an easy burden to bear.
Wait.
Sorry. Can't be helped.
I often wonder if Bosch actually knew what the ploy was here, walking into this.
They are to be taken to Judge Geese.
Like, if he figured out what the Marquis was playing at here. Yeah, if they ever made any kind of game just with the airships in FF12, I'd buy the crap out of that game. Like 4X, RTS, done.
Those decrepit basking fools in Arcades tie my hands, and look what happens. I tell you, this country's obstinacy knows no bounds.
The insurgents in Rabanasta operate alone at present. However, should they garner external support, the situation could worsen. We have found the counter-imperial elements in Bujerba to be conspicuously well-funded. No doubt Marquis Ondo is behind this.
By the way,
must be reined in.
We're about to see another awesome character.
The Marquis has written us a letter.
Drink.
He claims that he's recaptured our runaway. He's given him to Geese.
He will die by my hand.
Your fraternity is moving. Ah. Geese returns with Larsa. Tomorrow morning they will leave Bujerba. See him home safely, Gabranth. Now I'm expecting Dr. Sid. You may leave.
Dr. Sid. Gotta say it right.
We must see the real thing to be sure. Nabadis taught us much. Yes, it's well hidden. They'll be off chasing after shadows, the fools. Ah, yes. The reins of history back in the hands of man. Ah, Vane. You seem to be enjoying your job as consul?
I was kept waiting fully 2 years. What news of Arcades? Our honored members of the Senate?
Hard at work, as always. Trying to find a dagger for your back.
They are welcome to try.
Gabranth would fit in KOTOR 2. And I'm sure some of you would figure out what I mean by that. If you're asking if I've played Revenant Wings, Thanatos, yes I have. I did not like it. Ah, the ships! I love the ship design well, I shouldn't say that, that's actually not true. I like the ship design in FF12. It's a little over-designed, but it's got an elegance to it that I can tolerate the over-designed nature of it. Honestly, probably my favorite ship design is actually the Ifrit. It looks like a frigate, and I like that. It looks like just a brawler. Oh, I don't think so, unless you count 10-2, which I imagine you don't.
The prisoners, my lord.
They actually explain it in the background lower, Erois. But the short answer is Magicite.
After what you've done, how dare you? You're supposed to be dead.
Come now, come now. Have you forgotten your manners? This is hardly the courtesy due the late Princess Ashalia Benargin Dalmasca.
Princess?
To be sure, she bears no proof of her former station, no different than any mean member of the insurgents.
The resistance.
His Excellency the Consul asks the ministry of the dethroned royal family in restoring peace to Dalmasca. Those who foster instability and unrest, who claim royal blood without proof, they shall meet their fate at the gallows. There are no exceptions.
I will not play puppet to Vayne.
King Ramanas entrusted me with a task. Should the time come, he bade me give you something of great importance. It is your birthright, the Dusk Shard. It will warrant the quality of her blood. Only I know where to find it.
Wait. You took my father's life. Why spare mine now? You would have me live in shame.
If that is your duty, yes.
I love how
Stop
harsh
being
he
so
is
stubborn.
with her
Keep
here.
on like this and you're gonna get us all killed.
Don't interrupt.
Seriously, I love how harsh he is with Ash here.
Vaughn.
Also, I hate the fact that he just has the stone in his hands while shackled. That has always bothered me.
Splendid. You brought the stone with you. This spares us a great deal of trouble.
Don't give it to him!
This is so stupid. Poor Vaughn. But even Balthier admits there's no choice here.
You have to promise. No executions.
Yeah, whatever.
A judge's duty is to the law. Take them away.
My lord.
Lady Ash is to be quartered separately.
I'm not going to hold that against Vaughn. I have way too many other things to hold against Vaughn.
Vayne Solidor, what fascination does this hold for you?
So I hate to keep drawing in Star Wars parallels, but this is not one I think is a deliberate parallel. But if Geese is anyone from Star Wars, he's Tarkin. Greedy, ambitious, and kind of stupid, honestly. And a sadistic bastard on top of all of that.
So you were carrying it all along. The Fate's jest.
Tell these fates of yours to leave me out.
Keep quiet! There was nothing else that I could do. You know that.
Oh, I understand. Honor, duty, and all that. I still can't believe that was a princess.
keep quiet!
Idiot guard. Also, she doesn't need to be unshackled to fight. But, you know, whatever. So this is the problem with an entirely helmeted army.
The Marquis has been busy.
Not lightly did I beg his aid. Listen, it's been a full 2 years. I alone have kept Her Majesty safely hidden. I doubted friend and foe alike. I could trust nobody.
You did your duty, and mine for me.
I'm getting her out. I need your help.
Of course.
Oh, right, sorry, it's another drink for Marquis. I'm out of drink now. I'm out of liquid, guys. You know, we could just leave Ash here. She's not really that... No, we have to... Okay, fine. That's the wrong thing. That's the wrong thing, too. Okay, we're good. I'm absolutely nowhere, Summer Haze. I will admit one thing. I like Vossler's weapon. He's like the only one in FF12 who uses an oversized weapon. Big ol' claymore. The next nearest thing is probably Bergen and his two exceptionally unwieldy looking weapons.
Wait.
Blah 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 blah.
Before we set out.
Blah 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 blah.
See that red web of light spanning the passageway? It is a mechanism to detect intruders within the ship.
Blah blah blah.
Break one of those beams and an alarm will sound.
Give me a skip option.
The alarm should cease after a time.
I would take
but
Vaughn
it's
over
better to
Edge
avoid
any
drawing
day.
unnecessary attention.
Vaughn is more important to the plot of
Her Majesty
FF12
awaits.
than Edge is to FF4. In fact, Vaughn is more important to the plot of FF4 than Edge is to the plot of FF4. Alright, here we go. Oh my god. No, what have we done? Oh my gosh. Intruder alert. Intruder alert. I don't remember what level I usually am when I hit Arcadia. We seem to be doing okay. So this is probably one of the earlier sections of the game that can really just beat the snot out of you if you're not prepared for it. And I seem to be doing fine, so I'm not too worried here. Yeah, I have to admit, these energy grids bother me from a lore perspective. Like, a lot, actually. It's like, okay, here's our defense grid. It's right here, it's obvious, and it's easily bypassable. And it's just an alarm. It's just a... So... Yeah. Oh, hey, that's neat. Okay, fair enough, game. You win. You tricked me. Ah, yes, Demon Wall. I don't think I'm going to be able to beat the first Demon Wall. What do you guys think? Think I can take on the first Demon Wall? I don't. Oh god, I remember that Enigma. Favorite protagonist from all of the FFs? I'm going to give that as a tie between Terra from Final Fantasy VI and Cecil from Final Fantasy IV. Shell reduces magical damage, Dakota. It is actually called Shell, yes. Really, 12? Oh, that's terrible. At least it was worth doing before, even... Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. That's not really true, but... Yes, Shadow, because he didn't ask my favorite main protagonist. He asked my favorite protagonist. So is there a tank ability for knights that I don't know about? Because that would be awesome to put on boss right about now. You know what's funny, Javan? Sonic Adventure 2 did that. In the, Really, 12 Maniac? Of course, there's one thing that I've always hated about Shell in all the FF series. You ready for this? Shell lowers how much healing you take, in addition to how much magic damage you take. Now, early on, in my early FF career, I thought that was a bug. And then and then the next 50 FFs have come out. And, yeah, no, it's a feature. They have been doing that in every freaking FF forever, and I hate that. And the funny thing is, you might be like, well, just don't use Shell. I can explain in one sentence, 2 words, why that still irritates me. It's called Mighty Guard. Stupid frickin' thing. Yeah, see, what Takoida points out is the problem. There is no other effective AoE healing in virtually, I would say, in any of the games that have that as an option. Your only method of really healing up the group is magic.
Yeah.
Speaking of AoE healing, that's another thing I don't like about FF10. Sorry for complaining about FF10 again, but I mean, your healing options in FF10 are so limited. Did you know that most forms of healing are actually capped at quad 9? Despite what your actual HP is. Do you know that? Because I knew that. Because I've played this recently and it drives me nuts. And how do you AoE heal in FF10? I'll give you a hint. Mix is basically how you AoE heal in FF10. Now yes, Mix is stupid overpowered, especially if you know what you're doing with it. But really, that's it. That's your option. Use a freaking limit break on Riku to AoE heal. Or to heal more than quad 9. Hate that. Again, I love FF10, but I really feel like the designers, the game designer side of things, didn't really know what they were doing. Am I still going the right way? Wow, White Mage is just dominating that, isn't it? Oh, yeah, here, duh. I am going the right way. Judge fight. It was actually the first FF to use that exact system, and the first FF since 3 to be actual turn-based. And yeah, by the way, we're cutting off the Ash vote pretty much after this fight to vote for what class Ashelia will be. Then we'll set up the Penelo vote.
Fear not their numbers. Take down the leaders and the others will follow.
Speaking of which, I have that set up right? Yep. By the way, that's one of my favorite gambits. Early on, you get highest HP and lowest HP, but that just means you're going to change targets constantly. Later on, you get highest max HP and lowest max HP. So pretty much being able to constantly target the right targets. Except I just switched targets. Why did I just switch targets? I shouldn't have switched targets. Why did I switch targets? Why did I switch targets? Someone explain to me why I switched targets, because that does not make the tiniest bit of sense. Whatever. I'm sorry, Fat Squeak, but I have to point to this. Right here. Highest max HP. Because there is a highest HP, it's right here. Highest max HP is right here. There's also highest level, highest strength, highest speed, yada yada yada. There's a bunch of other things. But yeah, I have it set to highest max HP. And it still switched targets. And I have no idea why. Whatever, let's go with the add perspective instead. I mean, you're fine, Fat Squeak. I just don't understand why it did that. Gotta drink that water. That was a tough fight. Also, Vaughn, you don't have to keep that in your mouth. Highest blood pressure. So whatever you hit first, and then they get more and more anxious as you hit them more. Well, it's a fair question, Ronfar, but if it did have a higher max HP, I should have started with it. Logically speaking, right? The only thing I could think is if they did something to alter their max HP, but I don't have access to Bubble, and neither do they. Or Old, or anything else like that could change that, so I really... Maybe they had identical max HP, and in that case, the game, like, defaults to some other targeting. Like, if it was exactly the same number, and so it's just... The game doesn't know how to deal with that. I don't know. Get a save in. Alright, so I'm assuming that White Mage did win. I'm just gonna assume that. I'll never free the Mughals. Okay, I totally will free the Mughals. Hey guys! You ever wonder why they imprisoned these two Mughals? I mean, they're literally just wandering merchants. And they actually visited the Imperial ship, and they're in prison. Why? See you later. See you around, Javin. Why would you ever leave him here? For cutscene triggers. Okay.
Vossler,
Majesty.
It's nothing. I'll be fine.
Alright, time to set up a new poll.
You. Come on, let's go. What are you waiting for? Penello's still out there.
We should hurry. They won't be long.
We will talk later.
Alright. Wow, Ulan actually managed to number 3. That's impressive. So... Ashelia Biblis is a... I like how it's defaulting to White Mage for her. That's great. Okay, so... let's set up the vote for Penello, which will be... Monk, Breaker, Archer, Black Mage, Hunter, and Red Mage. If I can spell properly, there we go. Okay. New vote. Final vote. Here's our final vote for class. So yes, you are now a White Mage, Ashelia Badish. I never remember her full name. It's a nice name, I just never remember it. Okay, so... yeah, let's start getting some spells that we already know here. Like right now. Breaker, other people would be in a better position to explain Breaker than I am. Wow, I can get Bubble really early on. Look at that. Think. Breaker breaks the opponent's legs, inflicting slow. Yeah, that is so close to true that it's kind of funny. Almost got over to the guys there. You'd be dependent on the clouds then, Shadow. Also, there's probably ways to scan that don't involve eyes, just as a thought. Okay. Okay, so she just became a full-time party member in place of Fran. Sorry, Fran. Okay, you're gonna be our AoE healer. So we're gonna go over here. Debate. Okay. Let's do this. Leroy. I don't know about you guys, but I think the thing that would really help complement airships is sand ships. Kind of like in Primus, actually, if you think about it. Nice. He's mad at hitting for 700. Alert.
Majesty,
alert.
We will cut you a path.
Girl alert.
I will not place my trust in the sword of a traitor.
Yet trust his sword we must, traitor or no. I see no other way. We track back, commandeer a ship, and make our escape. Her Majesty cannot abide weakness, least of all in herself. We must make her confront the reality of our plight.
Of course, Vossler would say that since he's trying to maneuver her into a position where she will accept Vossler's choice of having turned traitor. So, trying to convince her to, you know, be accepting of working with the traitor for the greater good, you can see why he's doing that. By the way, I already have Vaughn set up, so sure. I don't feel like changing around someone else to being leader right now. But depending on what Penelo is, she might end up being leader. Or Bosch. I might actually go with Bosch. Or, actually, no. I'll do Bosch or Ash. Ash. One of the two. I'll figure it out. But it all depends on what Penelo is. So I did. I really need more everything. Alright, fine. Alright, note to self, get some LPs so I can get more gambits on Ash, because she needs like 50 gambits. So once upon a time I thought this was actually an infinite amount of mobs, so I just sat here for a while. Unfortunately, this is not actually infinite. Sadness. Favorite alarm? Super Metroid. Super easy answer there. It just, something about it really gets across the urgency, and the music complements it perfectly. And it just sounds right to my ears. Oh, don't even remind me of that FF12. Least favorite alarm? The homeworld alarm is just... Oh, damn it, you actually meant the same thing that I did. My least favorite alarm is my real-life alarm clock, which I don't even use anymore. I refuse to. I still have the same alarm clock, but I refuse to use it now. There you go, there you go. Yep, Fat Squeak, you're right. My least favorite alarm ever is... And it won't shut up, and it plays forever. It is truly hell. Whoops, wrong way. I'll stop. They won't, but I'll stop. So how many of you have had a situation where you've died because Cure in this game has travel time? Like, it doesn't just go off. The Cure has to travel from the caster to you. And you've died because it took just a little bit too long for that Cure to reach you. I'm not complaining about it. I'm just commenting on it, because I saw I was really low on health on Vaughn, and then I saw the Cure go, and that just kind of reminded me of that issue, if you will. I actually, fun fact, in most of my endgame setups, I usually have someone whose specific job is to use Phoenixes and potions, or X-Potions rather, instead of spells, because it's faster. This is not the time for a reunion. This is not the...
We're okay.
Geese knows you've escaped. You must hurry. You are Captain Azalus. You will follow me. We must reach the airships before they do.
You would let us leave knowing who we are?
Lady Ash, by all rights you ought not even to exist. That you and Captain Ronsenberg were made to appear dead is like a hidden thread laid bare. Your actions hereafter will pull at that thread, and we will see what it unravels. This is our chance.
From what perspective,
we must
Enigma?
See this through and get to the bottom of it.
Gamer or designer?
I believe 'tis for the good of Dalmasca and the good of the Empire.
Yeah.
Very well then.
Thanks, Lamont.
I must apologize. Penello, for you. May it bring you good fortune.
Don't worry, it'll actually save your life in a bit. Because Geese knows frickin' flair.
Let us go.
Now, we're not cutting off Penello just yet. We will relatively soon. From a gamer perspective, I prefer 4. I say that with a hesitation because I understand that the larger the party size, the harder it is to have good balanced gameplay. It's one of the reasons why FF4 had several issues gameplay-wise, and one of the reasons why FF4 has been quite difficult, even in its original arcade incarnation. So yeah, I would say 4, but I understand the desire to bring it down to 3. 3 is actually quite ideal. Ignoring the Holy Trinity concept, 3 allows enough flexibility and yet enough limitation.
Such a great shame. I must confess, I thought you the one who would help us restore peace to Dalmasca. No matter, we hold the proof of your royal lineage. A maid of passing resemblance will serve our purposes now.
His axe looks so weird here
As
to
for
me.
you, my dear, the Empire requires you no more.
What was that?
The Nethicite.
Welcome back, Sparta. That's a view.
Your Majesty does not disappoint. Ever quick to spurn an honorable surrender, as was your father.
One of the things I like about this scene
Nothing of my father!
is it helps emphasize that the judges are in fact personally powerful in addition to being politically powerful. That's a key distinction that I think really helps elevate them as characters and makes them more interesting than they otherwise would have been. It also is great for a video game, especially a Final Fantasy game, because it means they are then good boss fights in addition to, you know, being opponents story-wise. So, political power is good for story opponents, personal power is good for gameplay opponents. Both is great for in general. Yeah, 3 forces you to take serious losses immediately. 4, you have a little bit of leeway time, and you know, so forth and so on. I could keep going, but yeah. Monk is in the lead. Only 4 votes? Vert! Come on! We've got a decent period of time before we actually get to when we're going to pick for Pinello. So I'll give you guys a little bit of time. One thing I find interesting, in the Kingdom Hearts series, the organization members, the moment they lift their hood, they never put it back on. Put it back down. At least in the game where they lift their hood. So, you know, the moment Syx reveals himself in Kingdom Hearts 2, he never puts his hood back down the whole game. It's kind of the same thing here. As soon as the judges lose their helmets, they lose them for good. In all cases, actually. Oh, no, I'm lying. There is one exception to that. Sparta, not until I've moved, and not until the WoW lore run is done. So we're talking months, plural.
We've secured an Atomos. Come!
An Atomos? All skiff, no ship. Hardly fit for a leading man.
So I can fly it then?
You're mad.
That's a good point, Thanatos. They might not be.
Can't we go faster? Not yet.
Wee.
Hasn't gone too fast, they'd have noticed.
So you see those spinning things? Those are actually what are keeping them elevated. Airship and magicite engines, basically. Sid would probably be Bevel Lemelisk, if I were to guess right off the top of my head, Formosan.
Balthier, your handkerchief. I thought you might want it back.
I shall wear it close to my heart.
And now Vaughn and Pinello officially have no reason to be in the party.
all that Ondor has wrought.
And they probably should have left at this point.
I do not forget, Majesty. It was by his counsel, dangerous though it may have been, that we were able to free you. You must meet with him, Your Highness, and give ear to his words. He may act in league with the Empire, but his heart is not.
It is as he says. I ought not have kept Ondor at so great a distance for so long a time. I have played the fool.
You were only being cautious.
Majesty, I would ask you for some time. On our own, we struggle in vain to restore Dalmasca. I must search out some other way. Until I should find it, I would have Bosch remain at your side. Doubt him you may. But I measure his loyalty to Dalmasca no less than my own.
I know you would not speak so lightly. Very well.
Keep her well. Go to Ondor and there await my return.
Huh. And yet that's not what we're gonna do. You know, Takoda, I actually like that idea. I feel like I've seen something like that somewhere in fiction. I'm not sure where. I've said it before and I've said it again. Bosch, Ash, and Balthier all are pretty much tied, in my opinion, for importance to the story. That's just my opinion. So I think this could be a good, you know, no main protagonist situation. And yeah, we actually have a full party, excuse me. I'm going to give you guys a little bit more time to vote. A couple more cutscenes. And then we're going to cut it off. So get your votes in for Pinello. Verd. Please.
When Vossler learned my father had been killed the night of the treaty signing, he returned to Rabanastre, there to aid my escape. There was still time before Vane's reach extended too far. We thought that you could protect me.
However, when I then made the announcement that you had taken your own life, I must have seemed a model citizen of the Empire. The announcement, you see, was Vane's suggestion. Of course, at the time I was reluctant, but I could not perceive his reasons. Now it is clear he meant to drive a wedge between us.
None that are, like, relevant.
We are past all this. Busherba must stand with us. We can stop Vane.
Vane has the power, the resources, the military, the economy, the brains, the good looks.
I once knew a girl whose only wish was to be carried in her uncle's arms. Your Majesty is a woman grown now.
Then Busherba will aid me.
Suppose for a moment you were to defeat Vane. What then? You cannot simply rebuild your kingdom with the only proof of your birthright stolen. Without that, the Grand Kiltias on Boomises cannot and will not recognize your Majesty as the rightful heir. You may yet be a princess, but without proof of your identity, you are powerless.
I like his outfit too, by the way.
You will remain with me. We do nothing till the time is right.
I cannot just wait.
Then what does your Majesty propose we do?
Uncle Halim.
Incidentally, what is the going rate for rescuing princesses these days?
I like both
Food
yours
would be a
timing.
start. The good stuff, mind you.
This can be arranged, though it will take some time.
Time enough for a bath, I hope. Dirty business, you know. Ah, best bring a change of clothes, too.
You know, it just occurred to me, Balthier in several ways reminds me of Zigbar. Not the same extent, but similar leaning.
What are you doing? This is Balthier's ship.
I'm going to retrieve the Dawn Shard. It's the proof that I need. I know where it's hidden. I'll return his airship later.
Are you crazy?
Yes.
This is something that I have to do. Not only for myself, but for all those who have fallen. I will not be made to hide. I'll fight alone if I must.
You still have Bosch, right? Besides, you can't just go around stealing people's ships. What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to concentrate.
That's quite enough, Your Majesty. What do you think? A bit over the top?
In my line of work, you never know when something like this might come in handy.
What's funny
I'm trying to concentrate.
is that thing will be incredibly useful later on. In fact, it's a primary plot point for helping to break up the war.
I'm leaving you with the Marquis.
You can't.
Trust me, you're better off staying here.
Suppose you kidnapped me instead. You're a sky pirate, aren't you? Then steal me. Is that so much to ask?
What do you have that I would want?
The Dynast King's treasure. The Dawn Shard is but one of the riches that lie waiting in King Wraithwall's tomb.
King Wraithwall, you say?
Kidnapping royalty is a serious offense. It won't do much to lower the bounty on your head.
How much is the price on your head these days, I wonder?
Allow me to escort you in Vosla's place.
Will you be joining us?
What? Are you kidding? I don't want to stick around this place.
Then I'm coming too.
Penelo.
I'm sorry, I like the fact that Vaughn's coming along because... and Penelo's coming along because Vaughn's coming along. Vaughn has had at least some impact on the story up to this point in time. I'll admit that. But now he's just here. Because he was a player character, so he has to stay here because for some reason they forgot all the way back in FF4 the concept of temporary player characters. You remember that? Sid, Yong, Edward, the twins, Tella, Fusoya. Anyone remember that? But no, they have to stay in the party for some reason.
Don't leave me here.
Of course not.
Then it's settled. We should leave before the Marquis realizes she's missing, like proper kidnappers.
Arcadia. Or they could split the party, like FF9 did, to great effect. I guess there's nothing wrong with it, Thanatos, other than what you have already stated. It's arbitrary. Hope you guys don't find heights. But yes, vote for Penelo, that doesn't matter. As soon as we have playable gameplay, which will be at the, on our trek to Wraithwall, that's when we're going to go ahead and set up our class. So, this is the cutoff, guys. Vote for Penelo and before this cutscene ends, basically.
Dr. Sid, does this set Draclaw?
I have confirmed he receives funds from Lord Vane.
Infinity.
His agency in the fall of Nabudis is also certain. Yet, with Judge Zekt, who led the assault, missing, the truth remains difficult to ascertain.
Interesting example of the kind of foreshadowing FF12 does. They like to drop names without much of context, so that either the second time through or later on you could go back and like, oh, Judge Zekt in this case. Actually, there's one other scene other than this one, FF12, which it didn't occur to me there is another one. It's the one where Vane takes over. My favorite cutscene in the entire game, as an aside. It's actually funny you mentioned that, Thanatos, because I think there's several cases in the FFs where a player character has basically tagged along just because. And sometimes it bothers me and sometimes it doesn't. Again, the arbitrary nature of it is usually what bugs me, or if it's a character I don't like, it bothers me a bit. I will give credits to FF10, despite the fact that I don't like every character in the party. They do make it a point to have a solid reason for all of them to stay in the party the whole time. So that's kind of nice.
The long, cold years have clouded my eyes. I cannot see my own son's heart.
My lord.
Unspecified fatal disease.
This illness will claim me. So then, who is to be my successor?
God, that outfit looks so uncomfortable.
The Senate fears the capable Peregrine Vane. They prefer a young fledgling emperor. Gabranth, once in the past I laid siege to your homeland.
The Republic of Landis is long since gone.
My allegiance lies wholly with the Empire.
Perhaps. But what of your brother? He did not accept us as you did. He fled to Dalmasca. Did you never think to follow him?
I follow his every move. He is an enemy of the Empire. He will be cut down.
So you would kill even your own brother for the Empire. Be that as it may, Gebranth. Your ruthlessness is not without merit.
Hey, Deutsch.
But it must not become this way with Larsa. You must ensure that it does not.
So then you ask me to be his sword, to strike where he might not.
Rather be his shield. Gebranth, keep your close watch on Vayne. His is the keenest blade of all.
My lord.
So to answer...
Do this for me, Gebranth. I could not bear to see my sons war with each other again.
To answer Godawful's question, in FF10 there's a couple characters I don't really like. For example, I don't really like Kimari. I know, but... and I really don't like Lulu. She's just such a non-character in FF10. And... I think that's it, actually. I mean, I guess that's a lie. I don't like Tidus, even though I like his writing. In other words, I do think Tidus is actually well written. I just don't like him as a character. Also, we have a freaking cloaking device.
Wow. This come in handy often?
It's tough being popular. Wouldn't want any admirers dropping in while we're away. Well now, that's as far as she goes. We'll be in yacht from here onwards.
Across the Sand Sea, to the Valley of the Dead, and to King Wraithwall's tomb below.
So when you're in yacht, skystones don't work at all. That's why we gotta hoof it the rest of the way, you see?
Happy you get to teach me something for a change?
Well, if you want to be a sky pirate, you gotta know your... Hey, what do you mean for a change?
Come on,
At least we thought to bring entertainment.
Oh yeah? Says who? You want to see what they think about it?
I wouldn't be so confident.
So guys, Vaughn just asked Pinello if we could ask them, pointing towards the camera, who we thought was smarter. So who's smarter, Pinello or Vaughn? Alright, cutting it off. Drum roll, please. There's the ball. There it is. Results. Come on. Don't. Hang on. Come on. Come on. There we go. Hunter? Hunter? Okay. Hunter it is. She will be a hunter. Ta-da! Well, we lost our pattern, but hey, you know, whatever. Alright, let's set up everyone else a little bit here while we're at it. I don't care about you. Don't care about you. Why did my tooltips go away? There we go. Yeah, I think with Pinello and idiot, I can't think of his name. Vaughn, we have a who's the greater fool, the fool or the fool who follows him, kind of a situation going on here. Yeah, we've passed Vossler. He's gone forever. I killed him, don't worry. Just for you, Deutsch. Yeah. Whoops. Gambits. Oh, right, let's set up our party correctly. I guess we are set up correctly, party-wise, so yeah, whatever. Okay. Apparently Thanatos. So does Deutsch for some reason. Not sure what's up with that. Deutsch, any thoughts? I poke fun. Okay, so we've got blind. Oops. I don't know, but I have no particular intention to use it, Grey Wolf. Okay. And I'm gonna want... Oh, geez. Note to self, buy Echo Herbs. Yeah, look at Vaughn's abs. Look at them. Whoops, wrong person. I want to go over here. Oh, nothing I can equip at all. What do you guys think? Should I go ahead and try for, going after the demon wall? Damn it. The first one. Obviously, I'm going after the second one. I don't have a choice on that one. Actually, let's just make this official. Congrats, Sparta. That's insane. I have beaten the first demon wall. A couple times. Not that often. I'll freely admit that. Redis's sideburns are awesome, though. Can't you just picture yourself getting lost in those sideburns as you slowly run your fingers... sorry, what was I saying? Oh, whatever, 12. I suppose I'll go and rebuy it then. It's this one, yes. Now equip it this time. There we go. I would love it if FF15 is good. I don't even care how it's good. I just want it to be good, damn it. Okay. Oh yeah, that's right, I don't have the... So, I'm used to having way more MP, because when you get those limit break things that I never use, you gain more MP for doing so. And you don't get that in this version, so I'm used to swimming in MP at this point. Also, this is a cool concept that I should totally use in Primus somewhere. The actual sand sea here. An ocean of sand. Because it's just such a cool concept. Don't fall in. Hey Paladin, I've deliberately not looked at them, nor will I, until we're getting close to finishing the WoW lore run. At which point I will go and tabulate everything. So I'm giving people plenty of time to request, basically.
Far to the west. We must first cross the Yogir Yensa, and beyond that the Nam Yensa, before we reach the tomb. An expanse of desert larger still than all of Dalmasca. We must pace ourselves. If you grow tired, we stop and take rest.
You don't have to worry about me. I'm tougher than I look.
You are at that.
If you're a patron, yes, Thanatos. Unfortunately, because of the fact that I have so many patrons at this point in time, I have to limit it to patrons only. I already have like 30 plus requests, which is almost a year's worth of content. That's a good question, Dakota. Considering how extremely little we know about Yacht, it's debatable. I couldn't even begin to answer. I gotta say, all of these oil wells are simultaneously impressive and horrifying. Especially since they're all abandoned at this point in time. Think about how much time and money and effort was made constructing these things. No, we're done, Deutsch. Thank you. At the moment, yes, Sparta. Again, because of the quantity of involved. And the time investment and everything else that's going on. No Dragon Quest that I'm aware of. I have no idea if Jade Empire's in there yet. I've actually gone out of my way to not tabulate the requests yet, because I want to do that in an organized fashion. So I'm going to wait until I close the floodgates to actually sit down and tabulate everything. Because, for example, if something is requested more than once, then it gets pushed up the priority list. But, to my knowledge, no. Yes, no shows are not requestable. I didn't say that. Apparently I had to, because I've gotten like 3 requests for TV shows, and I've had to say no, because shows are off the table entirely.
construct to draw oil from the ground. Abandoned many years now, it seems.
Did Dalmaskans build this?
No, the Rosarians. Their empire lies far to the west, ever at war with Arcadia. Heedless of the kingdoms caught in their midst. Dalmasca, Nabrodia, Landis.
'Tis the small craft's fate to watch the list of the galleons and pray for light winds.
Vosla, why are you here?
Imagine my surprise when upon my return to Bogerba, I find both you and the Lady Ash have vanished. I thought you above consorting with sky pirates.
Balthier is a man worthy of our trust, and it was the Lady Ash's decision. I am content to lend my arm.
Hey, I've kept doing the TV
when
stuff,
Larsa
Lurker.
died, when her throne was taken. Never again. I will defend her this time.
You walked the Knight's path. The Lady Ash?
You just like Nolan North, admit it, Deutsch. And his chin.
We should leave this place.
Let me guess. Sandstorm?
Something far worse.
So the Dawn Shard does lie in King Wraithwall's tomb. So, Paladin, it's funny you ask that. I've gone out of my way to change one of my old rules for requests. My old rule for request was nothing I wouldn't enjoy. So, I wanted to... any rumination had to be something that I enjoyed or had enthusiasm for.
Territory, and
I'll
they
finish
are
my sentence in a
unfond of
minute.
visitors.
There we go. Okay. So by the way, Lurker, the next episode from my perspective is Signs Importance. Anyways, the old rule was nothing I wouldn't enjoy. So games I would have to go out of my way to get that I never got, or games that I don't like, or games that have old UE would be forbidden. That rule has been ejected because so many people have requested me to ruminate on games that I don't like. And I finally decided to just cave in and try and give you my analysis as plainly and fairly as I can. If you were to request Fallout 1, I would endure Fallout 1 because it was requested.
Let's quit this place while we still can. Move.
Now, there are a couple things that are still,
Have you
forbidden.
found the means to restore Dalmasca?
First, we must claim the Dawn Shard. It all begins with that.
So in other words, yes, I sold you out to Judge Geese, because I'm an idiot. I'm sorry, that's being disingenuous, he's not an idiot. I already explained why he made the choice he did, I even agree with it. Anyways, but yeah, so, if you requested Fallout 1, I would have no choice but to do it. There are a couple games that are still on the forbidden list, there's like 3. And I am very disinclined towards anything that I have to go out and buy a new console to ruminate on. For example, a couple of people wanted me to look at the Halo series. I'm very disinclined to do that because I'd have to go buy an Xbox to do that. And I don't make that much money, I mean, it's a business expense and all, and that's great. It'll help me with the taxes, but that's still a few $100s dropped for a rumination. So I'm not automatically inclined towards no. But you can see why I'd be very hesitant to acknowledge a request like that. I believe, what's the other game? Blue Odyssey or whatever is another one that's an Xbox exclusive that I was kind of like, so, yeah. So it's not like there's some hard set rules for how I handle requests. It's more like a case-by-case basis. Again, the Halo series, because that's already brought up. Several people are like, dude, look at Halo, and I'm like, And of course, anything on the PS4 I can't do either. Although that hasn't been requested yet, I don't believe. Blue Odyssey, Lost Odyssey, whatever. All the bravest rumination. I've already done that. Although you misspelled lamentation. Oh yeah, so I can't even zoom out, can I? Yeah, this is as far zoomed out as we can get. This is like half. Actually, I think this is closer to a third of the Sand Sea. This is pretty huge. And it should be. Yeah. I have not played Grey Goo yet, no. I own it. But I have not yet played it. Well, we'll see if anyone requests some Paladin. I believe Human Revolution was requested for Mosin. I don't think the original Deus Ex was requested. I'll have to think about that. Ironically enough, I'll have to re-buy Human Revolution because of some stupidity I won't go into right now. So, yeah. That's the other thing. I used to have a rule that I wouldn't ruminate on games that I didn't own. That rule has also been ejected as long as the game is reasonably priced. For example, this is a theoretical because this doesn't exist anymore. If someone requested me to ruminate on Suikoden 2, say, a year and a half or 2 years ago, I would say no, because it's incredibly expensive. Yeah. And, now, of course, that's no longer true since it was finally released in digital format. But, yeah. What? FF12? Oh, apparently I missed some treasure. Hang on, I gotta kill a bunch of guys and I'll go get some treasure. Hey, I'm not even gonna answer that question, Paladin. Request what you want me to actually ruminate on. That's how that works. I have removed that rule out of respect for you guys. I should get some food. I don't feel like eating. You ever have one of those moods where you're just like, what's the point? In eating, I mean. Hatred is forbidden. Last of Us is forbidden. It was right here. I'm in such a habit of ignoring chests in this game. Because this is a game that was requested many, many months ago for Mosin. And FF12 Maniac there actually specifically asked me to this and helped me set up and get the proper international version so I could actually do this for him. And I am a man of my word. And so this is one of those games that has been on my queue for some time, along with a couple others, including Space Marine, which I intend to stream, hey Nerdman, and Star Trek. I intend to stream Star Trek. And Just Cause 3 is the other one. Those are all the ones that are currently I'm going to be streaming. And yeah, they take priority, basically. Because normally I would keep going with other stuff, but because I've been so thrown around right now, speaking of which, I don't know how much I'm going to be able to stream the next several days, that, yeah, everything's thrown in the air and horrible. Let's just put it that way. So I suppose that's the answer to your question. Alright, I gotta actually equip it. What is that, anyways? Doubles license points earned. Oh! You can't buy those in this game? Or in this version? Possibly, Nerdman. Haven't decided yet. Do I have anyone who can equip that? Because I want it on her. I don't have anyone who can equip that yet. That's great. Actually, there's a reason it isn't Takoida, and it basically boils down to... where the hell is it? Oh, jeez, it's way up there! Anyways, it boils down to the fact that if... I don't know if you saw this when I was on Balthier, but if a ranged character starts it, the ranged character's like, slowly... And then, pah! And then everyone else starts attacking. A melee person, however, gets right up in there and starts the attack quicker, like that. So everyone else gets engaged faster. I actually have fallen off of it, Nerdman, so I haven't seen any of the latest season. Well, sorry, Balthier's a Machinist, so he will not actually be in our party for this playthrough. Why am I adjusting my gambits, Maniac? Hey, Cabinzer. We were just talking about that. Okay, so, little known fact. I don't actually choose what I ruminate on. My patrons do. So, if they request me to look at Jade Empire, or they request me to look at Fable, then yeah, that's a possibility. I'm not sure I'd want to do a lore run of Jade Empire. I'd want to play through the game another time before I considered myself versed enough in it to do so. And I'm not sure I'd have enough to talk about in Fable, if I'm being honest, for an actual lore run. So, I hope that answers your question. Also, welcome to my stream, even though you're probably just here to be like, hey. Oh, you're talking about the elementals. Okay, right. Also, second easiest thing in the chain in the game right here, these guys. I have had several movie requests, including Blade Runner, I believe... Several people talked about requesting Lord of the Rings, but I don't think anyone has actually done so. As I say, Paladin, I'm not sure I have anything to add to your perspective on that game. I'd be up for it if it was requested, but... yeah. What else? I don't think any other movies have been requested. Nothing's coming to my mind immediately, anyways. Ugh, really, Bosch? Really? We're just gonna leave you there, Bosch. Harry Potter. The books or the movies? Because those are different stories in many different ways. You know, what's funny is I actually like the Wester Sand song in a vacuum, but yeah. Only works if you're a patron, though, in response to Deutsches Link. This is Final Fantasy XII, Kebinzer. JRPG. I don't know what else to add to it. It's fun. I like it. I'd say this is probably my 6th favorite FF, give or take. Why is that, Deutsch, if you don't mind my asking? I haven't decided, 12 Maniac. I mean, I do hate everything, and therefore it's both beneficial and detrimental to help them, because it's beneficial because I'm killing someone, but it's detrimental because I'm helping someone, and that's just unacceptable. Because we're playing Vaughn, and we all know that he is incredibly evil. Okay. I have to admit, there's a lot of setting to talk about in 10. I've had that suggested many times, Nerdman, and I've looked into the logistics of actually getting it done. And it looks like a hassle and a half. But I also have basically gotten a grand total of like 3 requests for that ever. And because of how incredibly busy I am at all times of the day, working 70 to 90 hour work weeks on average, I don't really see adding a 7th feature to my weekly show would be a good thing. I agree, Zidane. Personally. Ah! That's... what? Thank you, Formosan. I will put that money towards purchasing Deus Ex Human Revolution at some point. Probably in July, if I'm being 100% honest. You're probably like, why July? Well, because then the Steam sale will be up. Well, it's funny you say that, Nerdman, because I already have a couple of rare special things like the Then and Nows and the theaters that would take place of that at the moment. So, again, I'm not saying no. I'm just saying no right now and for the foreseeable future. There's the turtle. Button. There we go. Okay. I want you to attack the thing with the highest defense. It's probably going to be the turtle. No. Okay, fine. Kill this guy. Or aggro this guy, then move on to the turtle. Alright, we got this, guys. Leroy! Turtles look so weird in this. They're literally just legs and shells, and in many cases, chains. And that's it. But yeah, my dad and my sister both actually, well, they're supportive, but they tell me that sometimes I should consider quitting this, because I work my ass off, and I don't really make that much money for my efforts. And they're, of course, just thinking about, you know, my health and my well-being, and you know, having a long-term career and all that fun stuff. I am still committed to the job and hopeful that I will slowly get more patrons, and in so doing be able to, you know, subsist a little bit better. But, yeah. I don't have Dispel yet, do I? FF9 for mobile? Who cares? Sorry, I shouldn't say that. That means it might come out on Steam soon, so that's nice. So what you're saying is you're Tella, Shadow. Oh, don't do that, Nerdman. Yeah, 10k subs doesn't translate into money. It's Patreon is where I make my money. That's all of it. Like 99% of my income is through Patreon. So my sub count doesn't actually matter that much, except for as a way to get more viewers to my Patreon. I'm also still pretty small time. I'm reminded of that every time I look at a random video of a cat bouncing around that has 40 million views. Oh, I turned around. Or at least I think I did. Yeah, I did. Whoops, whoops. Yes, Shadow. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's completely meaningless, Sparta. I do like the fact that I've been slowly getting more viewers on Twitch and on YouTube both. But viewers by themselves are not a thing that translates into me being more financially stable. I've heard some people say I should just go ahead and get a real job, and every time I hear that, I die a little inside. But if I were to do that, I would stop producing 5 videos a week and streaming, and go down to probably just streaming, and I'd just flat give up the YouTube videos entirely. Do the occasional lore run, that kind of thing. Hell, I wouldn't even do a lore run. It'd be like 2 hours of a lore run a day after I got off work, that kind of a thing. By the way, thanks to Formosan's comment, I just realized this probably sounds like begging. I'm not. I know most of the people watching right now are either already are supporting me or can't. I get it. Trust me. I have been financially destitute. I have been so low financially, I have literally been starving. Like, medically starving. I get it. I'm not trying to shame anyone. I'm not trying to guilt anyone. I totally get it. I'm just talking out loud because I'm kind of depressed today. I apologize, guys. Thank you for being here with me. You know, that's great to have you guys and to do this. It wouldn't be streaming without viewers, you know. It wouldn't be streaming without viewer interactivity. And so, thank you. Depends on the game, Shadow. If you mean D&D wise, no. If you hit 0 or negative, bad things happen. You're either dead or worse. Can a bear have charisma? Depends on which GM you ask. Well, I appreciate the support just now from Osen. Verbally and financially. You mean slow, Maniac. That's what you mean, right? Yes, actually, Cabin. You know what kidney stones are, right? By the way, do you want me to call you Cabin or Cabinizer? Because both of those seem to be valid names there. And I have no idea what I should be calling you. But yeah, kidney stones. I had about 30-ish kidney stones in my left kidney. I had to go in for invasive surgery for it. The reason I ask is it wasn't just the 30 kidney stones. I had a kidney stone, and this is not an exaggeration, about this big in my left kidney. This is a D20. Here's like it up next to me, so you can kind of see the size of it. It was pretty bad. I was actually in threat of dying from that one. I didn't, obviously. I'm here. But yeah. Not really, Nerdman. I mean, I like it more than I did before. I also have a new theory on who Snoke is. I play my own Tabigo. I made a custom rule set, which I use. Actually, it's funny you say that, Little Billy. I actually wanted to keep the kidney stone, but I couldn't. The surgeon, I actually asked the guy, he was pretty personable. The surgeon said in order to get it out, because of the sheer size of the thing, there are only 2 options. Cut my kidney open entirely and basically replace the thing, which was a much worse surgery than what I was already going in for, or get in there and break it apart piece by piece and then vacuum the pieces out as they're breaking up the stone. So I basically didn't have a kidney stone left after that. I had bunches of pieces of the original big one. Cabernet, I will do my best. We're just going to stay here, slept for a moment. Which FF has the strangest monsters? Well, as I've said many times, I love FF5, but the monster design's kind of in that one. FF6 had that problem too, actually. But in terms of sheer strangeness, 10. I do not like the visual design of the fiends in FF10 at all. Up. So I'm kind of killing my way through here, even though I don't really need to, because I think I'm going to make one attempt on the wall. Just the one. And then the wall is going to kill me. And then I'm going to not try to kill him. Good night, Dakota. Farewell forever. Yeah, XII is probably the real thing that's going to kill me, which, ironically enough, there's like... I would actually probably have the wall right now, because I'm decent level, and I'm decently geared. And, yeah, but he's going to XII me, and that's just RNG on if that's going to screw me over or not. And he takes out the wrong people, basically. I suppose my edition of D&D would be kind of a closest to a hybrid between 5th edition and 3.5 edition. Or Pathfinder, if you prefer, since Pathfinder and 3.5 are practically identical anyways. Just occurred to me, I should have gone and gotten a really nice katana before I did all of this. Hey, Jed Chad. I have heard a lot of people who say they've recently discovered me. Is it the StarCraft lore run? Is that what drew so much attention? Because I've had a lot of people just hop onto my stream who I've never seen before. Hi! Welcome to my stream. Shoutouts, man. Yeah, if you want to keep watching, I've got a Patreon if you want to pony up $2 a month or whatever. But otherwise, just keep watching and spread the word for anybody who's interested in lore and, you know, just quiet discussions about games and whatnot. Yes, exactly, Psychotic. That's the one I'm thinking of right there. As I say to all of my viewers, don't be a stranger. Yeah, Deutsch right over there, he does a lot to support me, and he doesn't give me a dime. And that's not an aggravation or anything. He literally is super poor. I understand. So, I have heard about System Shock 3. My biggest hesitance, and I know this sounds weird, is I fear the graphics may be too good for it to be enjoyable. Oh, okay, got it. You got it, 12. I guess, Deacon, that's true. Ever since I got my computer fixed and working, yeah, I've just been full tilt. Oh, you ran in my KOTOR low run. Awesome. That was a really fun low run to do. That's among my favorites. Right up there with the Dragon Age one and the FF Marathon. On the oil rigs... Oh, damn it, man. Is FF1 and 2 worth playing? If you can play the GBA or PSP versions, then yes, absolutely. At least as far as FF1. FF2... that's a little iffier. FF2 is not the best game in the known universe. It's got a really good story under it, though. So if you can endure the gameplay for the story, I'd still recommend it. Oh, damn it! 12 Maniac. Just for that, I'm going to hit all the rest of the traps. Just for that. Yes, I actually have Little Billy. In fact, I've played it. It is a Douglas Adams game. I don't know what else to add to that. Ah, these guys. My opinion on M. Night, I don't know how to pronounce his name. Yes, exactly, Formosa. That's pretty much exactly where I'm going. In my opinion, the way that System Shock 2 and Bioshock succeeded was because all of the horror, all of the gore was in the psychological side of things, the implied side of things, and the audio. You saw a few gross things here and there, but that was either bad graphics or not the focus. It was not what you were being drawn to specifically. The implications of System Shock 2 horrified me more than being in the body of the many, to use a direct parallel. Ugh. So yeah, I'm concerned about a System Shock 3 where, for example, we're in the body of the many. I mean, that's just... ugh, no thank you. Anyways, no, I had not heard about that, Sparta. And I didn't finish answering Shadow's question, did I? Okay, here's my opinion on Knight. I don't know how to pronounce his name. I think he doesn't know what kind of director he wants to be. I think he got lucky with a few pieces and then tried to imitate his own style and didn't really do it properly. And then he tried to find a new style and didn't do that properly. And then he tried to find a new style and didn't do that properly. And long story short, he's never actually figured out what he's good at, if he's good at anything, and settled on it and really grown into that work. So I suppose, I don't mean this as a harshness, but I would not call him a good director, if called to task on it. So, what's the actual development team working on the game with Sakaguchi? Let's equip that on... Who has the potential for higher damage? 12. Samurai, Knight, or Hunter? Also, hi Sonic! I know you haven't been around a lot lately, but what's up? Sakaguchi has worked on Final Fantasy 1, Final Fantasy 2. I'll stop. He's like the big guy. He's primary game director behind the Final Fantasy series. He's also worked on the game I've already mispronounced, Blue Odyssey or whatever. He did that. He's done a few other games. Well, thank you, Zidane. I admit, it's a cliche and I get made fun of for it constantly, and some of my viewers mock me for being a fanboy, but I gotta be blunt. I love the Final Fantasy series. Alright, we'll put it on him then. Except I... Okay, hang on. God, that's way down there. A Lost Odyssey. Thank you, thank you. The game I haven't played because it's exclusive to a system I don't own. Is that better? There we go. I'm not sure what I think about that reboot yet, Nerdman. I'm really not. I will say that I still haven't played Unity, or Rogue, or Syndicate. Not that I'm against playing those, I haven't. I have not gotten around to it. Forgive me for leveling here a minute. Yes! Wait, no, that's the tippet. One more. Ah, almost there. Well, let's at least put this on you. Blade and Soul. What is Blade and Soul? Because I've heard of Mount and Blade, and Soul Blade, and Soul Calibur, and Blade, which is about vampires, bizarrely enough. I'm not sure what Blade and Soul is. Oh. It's apparently an MMO. I'm gonna go ahead and say that I've never even heard of it then, since I've deliberately made a point about a year ago, actually, to step out of MMOs and stop paying attention to the market as a whole. I've already got 5 MMOs I'm playing right now, you know. I'm not gonna say anything about Xenogears. I do think the Dragon Quest series is worth playing. Absolutely. I do recommend you play the remakes, the proper remakes, because they make the games actually good. But I am a big fan of the Dragon Quest series. They're not for everyone, though. They're kind of linear in terms of leveling progression. And they're not grindy so much as you do have to level, but you don't have to level that much. It's a weird balance. And the stories like to punch you in the gut a lot. So, take your pick on that. Oh, what's this? Great. Freaking wonderful. Whatever. I'm gonna cut this off for a minute, guys. I just got some bad news, and I need to go deal with it. Don't I have a boss fight coming up? Yeah, I think I do. Yeah, I'm gonna go deal with this. I'll be back, guys, at some point. I'm just gonna save state there.